close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to Daniel Bailey TV. Apologies, first and foremost, for the lack of content on the channel over recent days. I have had COVID, so yeah, apologies for the lack of content. I've been suffering with COVID. All three of that now. Got a negative result yesterday, so finally I've been let out of the COVID jailhouse. And I'm here to bring you my deadline day special. I probably still sound a little bit all nasally and stuff, but honestly, it's nothing to worry about. I'm absolutely fine. But yeah, I'm here till 11 p.m. this evening. I've actually got lined up guests, so I'm going to tell you how this works before we delve into the transfers and I read your comments. But do smash the like button if you haven't done so already. Joining me at 5 p.m. will be Mo from the Arsenal Lounge, Mo Hyder. I'm sure you all know who he is. He's joining me until about 20 to 6. So he's coming on then at 6 p.m. I haven't got an actual guest lined up at 6 p.m., but I think I've got a couple of people that might be interested in coming on. So I might have a slot then where people join. 7 p.m. Albert's coming on. So going to be joined by Albert from Albert JTV. Then at 8 p.m. I've got Del coming on. Del Boy's coming on. Then at 9 p.m. my friend George, who's been on the channel before, he's coming on. Then at 10 p.m. Fergus from Guns and Yellow Ribbons is coming on. And then that'll take us up to about 10:30. And then we will round off with the closing remarks of the deadline day. But yeah, lots coming up, guys. So do stay tuned. If you are new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. If you haven't done so already, please smash that like button. But let's get into it. Not a lot's happening with Arsenal. I've got to be honest. So there's a couple of bits of news. Douglas Luiz from Aston Villa, we're being linked with him. Can we get that one over the line? First bid has been rejected by Aston Villa. A second bid of 25 million has gone in. And we're just waiting to see now whether we can get that one over the line. Other pieces of Arsenal news is that Bellerin is going to Barcelona. That's another piece of news. Apparently he's going on a free transfer. Apparently Arsenal have inserted some sell-on clause where we can get some money if Barcelona sell him on, although it is only a year contract that he's gone to Barcelona on. So just waiting to hear news on that. And there's not a lot of other Arsenal news in terms of that happening. But yeah, listen, it's changing all the time. You know what it's like on deadline day. It changes. Things come up when something, you know, there's so many twists and turns. So we'll just have to wait and see. But listen, it's going to be a cracking show. But yeah, if you haven't done so already, smash that like button. I'd really, really appreciate that. Let's dive into some of your comments. Do smash the like button, guys. Would really appreciate that. Also, if you see me checking my phone throughout the stream as well, it's simply to keep an eye on news and to keep an eye on when guests coming in, if I get messages. Right, let's have a look here. Big up Steve RFC. What a start. 5 things from 5 I never expected. Man United there for the taking. Not sure they'll beat Leicester. Good afternoon, Joanne is in the chat. Let's have a look. Big up, Steve, the Arsenal misfit. He said, sorry you had COVID, but welcome to the club. Remember I had it on the last stream. Yeah, I remember on that 2 years ago on my deadline day you had it. But yeah, thanks for joining. Bellerin has gone. There is a God. Yeah, do you know what? I'm glad that Bellerin's gone, to be honest. It's about time that he was shifted out of the club. But yeah, Mo's coming on at 5 p.m. So yeah, I gotta keep remember as well to keep checking the studio, because if people come in. But let's have a little dive. Let's have a little dive into Twitter and see what's going on here. But yeah, if you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe. It's so important. It does help the channel grow. But yeah, apologize if I sound a bit kind of weird. Obviously, the after effects of COVID. Obviously, I haven't got it now, but the after effects of, you know how it is. So yeah, not a lot's going on at the moment, guys. It's all just, I think we're waiting to see whether that bid has been accepted. But let me know what you think. Do you think Douglas Luiz, if it does happen, will be a good signing? Do you think it'll be a really, really good signing? Let me know. So let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Yeah, so not a lot's happening. But yeah, do smash that like button, guys. If you haven't done so already, I really appreciate that. Currently 4 of you in the chat, so hopefully, obviously, when the show gets going, more people will join. Keep hitting that share button as well. I'd really appreciate that. So yeah, keep hitting that like button, keep hitting that subscribe button. It's so important to helping the channel grow. But yeah, if you are new to the channel, please keep hitting that subscribe as well. Let's keep diving into the comments. Yeah, there's no comments at the moment. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. Do you think Luiz... do you think that Douglas Luiz will be a good signing? This is where I stand on it, right? Wouldn't be my first choice. Wouldn't be the player that I look to going, do you know what? I really want Douglas Luiz at Arsenal. But having said that, I have got faith in this recruitment, because we have this summer made some really good signings, you know, with Zinchenko, with Gabriel Jesus. Obviously, we're yet to see Fabio Vieira. Obviously, we're not fully convinced by Matt Turner. Marquinhos looks like he's going to be a decent player. So, on balance, we've had a good transfer window. On balance, the recruitment has been relatively decent. Now, obviously, we know we need more. Personally, I would have liked to have gone in for Tielemans. All the reports are suggesting that the Tielemans thing is over from Arsenal. So yeah, I would have liked to get Tielemans. I think that would have been a bit confused. Steve RT says Douglas Luiz. I say no. Right, let me bring in Mo to the show, who is backstage.
How's it going, Dan?
How's it going? Welcome to the show. Mo, I want to ask you right off the bat, how have you viewed Arsenal's transfer window?
Listen, do you know what? I think overall, when you compare it to recent years, how early we did business, just making signings that make sense is something that Arsenal haven't done in many, many years. I remember the first time I ever kind of did a video that was watched by people. I spoke about Arsenal adhering to this arbitrary deadline that is deadline day. You know, what is the 1st of September? That date has got no significance, no meaning in a football season. Yet we used to do so much business on deadline day. It used to really frustrate me. You know, if a sensible person was making a transfer deadline, it'd be before the start of the season. It would be to say, get your business done, then play 38 games with that team. And Arsenal just never actually did that. This year we have. So I have to give them credit for that. I have to kind of say, well done to Arsenal. Not only did you do the business early before the season started, you've actually gone and made signings that make sense. I would have been very frustrated to see Gabriel Jesus move to another team. I would have been very frustrated to see Zinchenko move to another team because we needed cover left back. We needed, a better striker. So all in all, it's been good. But I have to admit, there have been some moves that I've kind of thought to myself, God, that makes complete sense for Arsenal to do. And Bissouma at 25 million, 25 years of age, over 100 Premier League games of experience is one of them. Another one is Tielemans. I know he hasn't gone anywhere, but if we were to do that, it would make a hell of a lot of sense to me. Instead, we're kind of being linked to Douglas Luiz, who, fine, similar age profile, similar levels of experience, but not a player that's ever really caught my eye in the same way that Bissouma and Tielemans have. So overall, I'm happy with the transfer window. I think we've done good business, but there's still more that we need to do if we really want to unlock the true potential and promise of this team. It would be different for me, Dan, if I looked at this team and I thought to myself, do you know what? I don't really believe that we can go and achieve anything special. But because I do have that belief, given how the first 5 games of the season have gone, I don't want Arsenal to do what Liverpool are doing right now and not putting the steps in place to make sure you get the best out of a team that could be quite special.
Yeah. Why do you think Arsenal have not gone for Tielemans? You know, because this is the one that I look at and go, it was the obvious one to get done at the start of the transfer window, but for whatever reason, Arsenal have not moved. Why do you think that is? Do you think that Arsenal just don't really fancy Tielemans anymore? Or is it just a case of we could get him on a free next year, let's wait and do it then?
Yeah, I think it's not so much that we don't fancy him anymore. You know, earlier on this summer, or in fact, maybe even the start of the season, Brendan Rodgers actually went on record to say that this season we have to balance the books. So he spoke about needing to do that, which I was surprised about, because I think when you go out publicly and say that, you're telling people you're a selling club. I think maybe Arsenal, hearing that, have thought they need to balance the books. 1 year left on the contract. Tielemans' head has probably been turned. I wouldn't be surprised, given the trajectory of Arsenal versus Leicester. So I think Arsenal are kind of playing hardball, and perhaps rightly so. But I think we've seen with some of the money spent on players this season, you think of Cucurella for £65 million, bonkers. And then now Fofana, obviously a Leicester player that's just moved to Chelsea for £70 million. From Leicester's point of view, you'd look at that and you'd say, why would we sell Tielemans when we've already got rid of Hamza Chowdhury in that sort of midfield role as well, even though that's a loan? They've got rid of Kasper Schmeichel. They've got rid of Lookman. They've weakened their team basically this summer, Leicester, and they haven't really done anything of significant note in terms of adding to the team. So I kind of feel like they're looking at that saying, if we can go and get 70 million for Fofana, we might as well not go and get 20 million for Tielemans, because you'll get a big benefit of him in the middle of the park week in, week out for Leicester this season when they've already weakened their team quite a lot. So I feel like it's just not incentivizing Leicester enough. But I would want to get him. If Arsenal signed him for £30 million today, I'd be happy.
Yeah. Do you think, because a lot of people in the chat suggesting that Douglas Luiz is a panic buy, do you think that we are into that realms of panic buying with Douglas Luiz, or do you think that he's one of the players on the list, but not top of the list, and I think they've just looked at him and gone, let's go for him?
Yeah, I don't think it's a panic buy as such, because, this isn't someone that's completely unproven. He's got over 100 games of Premier League experience, if I'm not mistaken, for Aston Villa. He's an okay player, but I just have to be honest, he's never caught my eye. He's never been a player that's forced himself onto my radar in the same way that Bissouma did, for example. And then when you look at it, again, it's Arsenal, Tottenham. Maybe it's a comparison that we don't need to make. But if we sign Luiz for 20 million, and then we compare that to the business Tottenham have done with Bissouma for 25 million, I'd turn around and say I think they've done the better business. And then people say, oh, well, we didn't want to sign Bissouma because of his allegations. Well, that doesn't stack up when we've got Thomas Partey playing for us week in, week out. As far as I know, neither of them have been proved guilty as such. And certain clubs, I think, might take the view that, no, we don't want any association, guilty or not guilty, with that sort of behaviour. But I don't think Arsenal have done that with the way that we've dealt with the Partey situation. So I'd rather have gone and signed Bissouma if we're looking at it on a purely value for money football basis. But no, I don't think it's a panic buy, but equally I'm not excited about it.
Yeah, that's the way I'm looking at it as well. And I kind of, I looked on it and gone, I trust the recruitment process this summer than any other transfer window, because I feel like this summer, like you said, we're actually buying positions that we needed. Gabriel, Jesus, Zinchenko, absolute brilliant signings. Vieira, I know we've not had a proper look at him yet, but he's going to be another good signing. Probably still a little bit of a question mark over Matt Turner, but we needed a backup goalkeeper. But I don't think we've had a dreadful window.
No, not at all. We haven't at all. And the good thing is the players that we've signed, I mean, obviously Vieira we don't know about, Marquinhos we don't know about, but I'm talking about Zinchenko, Jesus. These are quality players, really good players. I personally would put Gabriel Jesus in the world-class bracket, personally. So, the fact that we've gone and signed a world-class player, this is one thing I was saying last season, that when you look at that race for the top four, you've got a manager at Tottenham in Conte who has got experience of the business end of a season. Mikel Arteta, because his new manager, doesn't have that experience. Now he does, but of actually fighting for something towards the end of the season. Now he does, but last season he didn't. And also the important thing was, when I look at world-class players at Arsenal versus Tottenham, we didn't have any. And Tottenham have got Son and Kane, who I do think are world-class. And I think all of those factors combined edged it. Now we've got world-class players in our team, and I think we've got a manager that has got experience of what the pressure cooker environment of fighting for something in the latter part of the season looks and feels like. I think we're in a much better position given our experience of last year and the transfer business we've done this year.
Yeah, listen, mixed reactions in the chat to Douglas Luiz, but I want to ask you, Mo, how would you assess our start to the season as well? Because, we've started really, really well. The best we've started in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's absolutely brilliant. People could, be negative about it, and they could look at the paper exercise and say, oh, look at you've played Palace and Fulham and, and Leicester, they're not up to much and all of that sort of stuff. But you know what? I'll turn around and say, Palace have shown they're no mugs. Fulham have shown they're no mugs. They're two good teams. And in this league, given how competitive it is, obviously you're going to get a few games that on any given day, things click for one team, they don't for another, and you get a disparity like Liverpool did against Bournemouth and Man City did against Forest. But that's Liverpool and Man City. I think for Arsenal, you're not going to get Arsenal demolishing teams to that extent very often this season. And I think that the paper exercise doesn't do what we've done justice in terms of winning 5 in a row. Over the course of the season, with all of the teams in the Premier League, I don't think more than a handful will win more than 5 games on the bounce. It's just the nature of the Premier League. So the fact that Arsenal have done that right from the very start is massive. And I've just done my 5 at 5 on my channel. And in that, I mentioned that last season we looked at our finishing league position. And then we all kind of thought the first few games of the season where we lost the first 3 really, put us in a backward step when it came to trying to qualify for, Champions League via the top 4. Now, when I look at this season, it could be very important at the end of the season when we look back and look at the first 5 games in the season and the points that we've got here, that could be massively instrumental in making sure that we get into those Champions League spots. And this is whilst we're playing 1 game a week. So we've gone and done the business. Now it gets harder. Now it's going to be 2 games a week. Thursdays, Europa League, Sundays, Premier League. And that's where our squad will get tested. So I'm over the moon with how we've started. We've done exactly what we needed to do to give us the best chance of securing top 4.
Yeah, the thing that's impressed me is when we've gone a goal down or we've conceded a goal, the resilience just to get back up at the end of the pitch and score again. We've seen it last night. We've seen it against Leicester. And then away from home, we've been solid as well, which we haven't really, if we're looking at Arsenal's performances over the years, away from home has been our Achilles heel, but we look a lot more solid. And then when you look at our home form as well, the Emirates looks like a fortress again, which it hasn't been. If we're being brutally honest, the Emirates hasn't been a fortress probably since the time that we've been there, if we're being brutally honest.
Yeah, there was one spell where I think we had a really good record at home. But overall, you're right, Dan. I don't think it's kind of been an intimidating place. I don't think it's been like a hugely supportive place for the players either. But that feels very, very different this season. And I think nothing evidences that more than our reaction to when we've conceded goals. When you think of the goals that we've conceded this year, we've conceded against Leicester, 2 goals at home, Fulham, 1 goal, and Villa, 1 goal. So all of our goals that we've conceded have come at home, which is a bit surprising, but that's what it is. But the reaction of the fans has been so good that over the course of those 4 goals, it's only taken us in total 15 minutes to go and get a goal of our own. So against Leicester, we conceded. 2 minutes later, we scored. The second goal Leicester scored. Again, only took us another 2 minutes, we went and scored. Against Fulham, they scored. 8 minutes later, we scored. Against Villa yesterday, they scored. 3 minutes later, we scored. Now, all of this is not just chance. That's because of how the fans are responding to the team when we go a goal down. And obviously, there's that reflex reaction where we score, where we concede a goal, and then fans are like, "Oh man, we voiced a bit of disappointment." That lasts a matter of seconds. And then we're bang on it again, singing songs, getting behind the team, pushing them forward. And that's why we've been so good in responding to conceding goals and putting it right. So it feels more like a fortress. It feels more supportive. And it really feels like there's that connection back between fans and players.
Yeah, it really does. And I was at the Bournemouth away game. Sadly, wasn't there last night. Due to picking up COVID from the Bournemouth game. But I was at the Bournemouth game and somebody sat next to me said it's like the old Highbury days, the way we're playing at the moment. And I know that sounds a bit over the top when you listen to the comment in face value, but I can see a little bit of where that's coming from because the connection between the fans and the players hasn't been this good in a long, long time. There's always been that divide. But this season in particular, and I know we have to be careful because we're only 5 games in, but it feels like the connection between the fans and the players is as close as it's ever been for a long time. I see people, and I feel this as well, when players make mistakes, we genuinely care about the mistakes and we care about the player. And we're like, oh my God, hopefully, he can get that out of his game. Before it was, we'd see players make mistakes and we'd be like, oh, it's the same old players making the same old mistakes. But this time it feels different. It feels like we're actually together with the players and we're feeling that as much as the players are feeling it, rather than, oh, look at this useless player making the same mistake again. He needs to be binned. He needs to be dropped. I feel like this time it's a totally different atmosphere. When look at the Saliba incident when he scored that own goal against Leicester. Nobody got on his back. Everybody just was applauding him, clapping him, and giving him a lift. And to be honest, I like to see that. I like to see that kind of reaction from the fans. I don't want to see fans getting on players' back the whole time, because it's not constructive. And sometimes they need an arm around them. Sometimes they need that support. And I do genuinely feel that this time the support from the fans is spurring the team on. We are like the 12th man.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. It's really, really good. Not just, some people might say, oh yeah, you were nice to Saliba because of the history there, the fact that he went away and went out on loan and stuff, and he maybe hasn't even had the opportunity for anyone to dislike him, right? But I think a really good example is Gabriel. He's been here for a while, so it's not like a brand new signing where there's a novelty. It's just simply a fact that even when he messed up against Fulham, we got behind him, and it's just a different vibe. So I think Arsenal fans that go to games week in, week out can sense that difference. We can feel that difference, and it's just brilliant. It's an absolute pleasure to go to Arsenal these days and to be able to watch players like Gabriel Jesus and Aaron Ramsdale and Martinelli, players that are really working hard, and you feel like, they really care. When they do make a mistake, not only does it matter to them, but they're putting it right on the pitch. They're not going on Twitter and Instagram and uploading apologies. They're apologizing with their football, with their feet on the pitch. And, that really, really helps the relationship between players and fans.
Yeah, no, I think it's brilliant. And just on Gabriel Jesus, let's talk a little bit about how good Gabriel Jesus is, because I do think when he came to the club, a lot of people underestimated how good he can be. I was one of those people that were in the camp of, I've always thought, and from watching him at Man City, I always thought that you put Gabriel Jesus in an Arsenal shirt and he will thrive, because he will be the main man, and he won't have the inner, he won't have the shackles on him that I think Pep Guardiola at Man City put on him by playing him out wide and not playing him, in his true position. But he's been a revelation, hasn't he, since he's come to Arsenal? He's actually been what we've been missing. And I would go as far as to say that he is, a lot of people are comparing him to Alexis Sanchez. I would even go as far as to say that he's potentially better than Alexis Sanchez, because he's got more to his game than what Alexis Sanchez had, with his ability to get around the pitch, not only score goals, but influence the build-up play as well. But how good, in your opinion, has Gabriel Jesus been?
Well, I mean, look, he's been absolutely brilliant. And a few people have said the Alexis Sanchez thing. A few people have said Ian Wright. I actually believe that he's more like Alexis Sanchez, because, he's like got this ridiculous buzzing sort of energy about him that he's all over the place. Whilst Ian Wright was a bit more selective about his movements. He was a striker more than anything. But, I kind of feel like it's that South American flair and energy that I'm seeing in Jesus that reminds you of Alexis. In terms of who's better, look, I have to admit, I thought Alexis Sanchez was one hell of a special player. And when I look at the Emirates era, probably one of my favourites, if not my favourite of all of them. If we get to a stage where Jesus does it for long enough and does it well enough for us to unanimously say that he's better than Alexis, well, listen, he would have to play brilliantly well. And he's on those right tracks as it is. So it's definitely exciting times. And, I mentioned on my 5 at 5 that's just been uploaded to my channel. It comes out at 5 p.m. the day after every game. So it's only been live for 15 minutes. But give it a watch after you're done with this stream, because I mentioned in that Gabriel Jesus has broken a club record in the game against Villa yesterday. And that record is that in the history of Arsenal, for new signings, first 5 games, he's just gone and got 6 goal contributions. Mesut Ozil used to have the record with 5 goal contributions, but Jesus, with 3 goals, 3 assists, there's no one that's had more goal contributions in the history of the club. He's absolutely hit the ground running, and he's just a joy to watch. Not just because of, you know, what he does when he's got the ball, just because of his honesty, his work rate, his passion to help the team out. I absolutely love the guy.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And yeah, guys, do check out Mo's channel and Mo's videos. Great content. Also, guys, please keep hitting that like button and keep subscribing. I'd really appreciate it. Let's try and push on to 3K, the elusive 3K. So yeah, please do keep subscribing and keep sharing. Just going back to the transfer window, what would you give it out of 10?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, can't you ask me that question in like 12 hours or something? You know, once you know everything that's happened. And I'll take 12 hours because you know what it's like. Even after the deadline, it carries on.
As things stand right now with the business that we've done, because obviously I realise that it's a live situation and things could crop up. And
I don't want to be like, I don't want to throw a downer on it, right? But I'm not going to rate it too high, because when you actually look at some of the business that we've done, I think it's a bit of a shame that right now we're in the market for a midfielder where we're sort of, you know, looking at someone like Douglas Luiz from Aston Villa for 20 million, where we've gone and sold Matteo Guendouzi in the same transfer window for half of that. You know, we went and made that official. So, you know, I kind of feel like it could have been a bit better. And from our goalkeeping situation, if, for example, Aaron Ramsdale gets injured tomorrow after the transfer window's over and it's a long-term injury, then we're going to be slating our transfer window because we've only got Matt Turner. And I know a lot of people have been saying, give him time and, you know, trust him and stuff. But, you know, a goalkeeper that we're relying on for the rest of the season, worst case scenario, if there was a bad injury to Aaron Ramsdale with no Premier League experience, that's not the situation that I want to be in. He's 28 years old. We got him for 5 or 6 million. I think that starts to tell a story about, you know, is he a high level backup, or is he a backup that we never really want to see between the sticks? So the only players that really have improved our first team are Jesus and Zinchenko. And yeah, well, I guess Saliba feels like a new signing. That's another one that I forget because obviously we didn't get him this window. All in all, I'd rate it a 7. I think that's, you know, I think that's probably fair and a reflection of just how good Jesus and Zinchenko are. But we're weak in terms of our goalkeeper situation. If Jesus gets a bad injury, I don't think Nketiah is really at the level to lead us and fire us to glory. And after him, who is there? Equally in central midfield, I feel like we do need to add as well, especially with Partey being injured, Elneny being injured. So yeah, a 7, and you know, perhaps even that is very slightly generous.
It's not a bad rating. That honestly isn't a bad rating, to be honest. I'm going to give my rating right at the end of this show. So if people are waiting for my rating, I'm going to give it right at the end of this show. But I'm
curious, Dan. Put that in the private chat so I can see what it's going to be, because I'm very curious.
Okay, I have 2 questions for you. And the first one is, who's had the better window, Arsenal or Tottenham? And the second one is, who will score more goals, Richarlison or Gabriel Jesus?
Look, Arsenal, Tottenham, who's had the better window? I actually think both teams have had a really good window. I actually like the business Tottenham have done. I think Richarlison's a very good player, and it gives them real strength in depth. To be able to bring him off the bench is not a bad person to have. And I feel like Basuma has done that's a bargain. They've done well there, and they've obviously signed others. But I think Arsenal have had the better transfer window because Jesus is just absolutely brilliant, and Zinchenko as well, absolutely brilliant player. Still got to find out about Marquinhos and Vieira, But especially if you include Saliba into that mix as well, in terms of integrating him back in as part of our summer activity, Arsenal had the better window. But I don't think it's a fair comparison to talk about Jesus versus Richarlison. We were trying to sign Rafinha at one point, remember? Had we signed him, I think that would have been a fair comparison, Rafinha or Richarlison. But, Jesus versus Kane is more of a fair comparison, or potentially Martinelli versus Richarlison would be a more fair comparison. So I think, answering your question, Jesus will get more than Richarlison, but I don't think it's necessarily a fair comparison.
I only asked that as well because I see a lot of people asking that because obviously they signed Richarlison, we signed Jesus, I've just put my ratings for the window in the private chat.
Right. Okay. I see it.
So, do you think, other than Douglas Luiz, do you think we will do any other business? Or do you think that it will just be the Douglas Luiz? And do you think Arsenal will pull something out of the hat? They always have a habit of pulling late drama, doing late drama. Do you think that they will do any more business other than Douglas Luiz? Or do you think this will just be it?
I'd be very surprised if we went and pulled out 2 signings on deadline day. If someone said to me, put your life savings on Arsenal making 2 signings or making 0, I would bet on 0. Yeah. I hope I'm wrong. That I hope it's not 0, but I think 1 is more likely. The funny thing is, though, is that we know that Arsenal have been interested in getting a wide forward/winger and letting Pepe go as well. We've still got Smith Rowe and Vieira who can come into that attacking dimension, and they can go out wide, or they can come in central and put other players out wide. But I know that Arsenal are interested in adding to 2 positions. I just don't think we'll get that done. So I think, if anything, 1.
Yeah, I'm sort of with you. I'd be very surprised if they get a wide forward in as well. If, hypothetically speaking, they did get a wide forward, who would you want Arsenal to sign? In recent days, we've seen links to Neto. Obviously, you mentioned there Rafinha, that we were prepared to bid for Rafinha, or I still think with the Rafinha thing that I think media made more of it than what Arsenal did. Just following off what Edu was saying about the Rafinha deal. But who would you get in as a wide forward?
You know what? When people talk about Neto, listen, he's got Premier League experience. But if you're talking about Premier League experience players and, taking someone from within our league, if I'm looking for instant impact and absolute quality, real end product, it's Wilfried Zaha. The only problem is, he is the talisman at Palace. I don't think they'll let him go without a fight. But I think at this age of his career, he'd be desperate for a move, because let's not forget, he went to Man United earlier on in his career, didn't work out for him, he ended up back at Palace. I think second time round, you're not going to get a more motivated individual to succeed than Wilfried Zaha. But the problem is, big reputation, a lot of money, homegrown status, 29 years of age, versus someone like Neto, who's 22. But, if you're asking me who's the better player, it's Zaha hands down. So it depends, man. It depends if I'm being sensible or if I'm dreaming. Because if I'm being sensible, Neto makes a lot of sense. If I'm dreaming, then yeah, Zaha. On the other hand, looking out of this league, Cody Gakpo for PSV, he scored a hat-trick in a 7-1 win in PSV's last game, and he got taken off after about an hour. So he scored a hat-trick, got taken off, and you think to yourself, I wonder why. I wonder why he got taken off. Like, I didn't watch the game fully to see what his response, his celebrations were like, whether there was any sign of a goodbye, what the ovation was like from the fans when he got subbed off. These are all little things that you can look at and read into to see whether it looks likely a player might be moving and whether fans of that club know that. But Gakpo is certainly one that interests me. So yeah, there are 3 names that I would kind of highlight and say, listen, if we get any of those done, I'm not going to complain.
No, I think Gakpo would be a very good signing. I think the problem is, I think he'll probably end up at Man United. Maybe not this window, but I think there's a possibility that he'll probably end up there. Zaha, I like Zaha, but I feel like the boat has kind of sailed with that one. And I think maybe now, with his age profile, would he be what Arsenal and Arteta are looking for? 3 or 4 years ago, I probably would have said, listen, Zaha would have been a great signing. But I think now, is he what we're looking for? When you also take into account as well the age of Granit Xhaka, the age of Thomas Partey, you think maybe in 2 seasons' time, or maybe even next season, both of those are going to need replacing. So I kind of think maybe trying to get in a younger winger. See, I like the idea of Neto. I would have had Neto all day long. I think he would have fit the system, fit the profile that Arteta is looking for. And I think, he's still young enough to get the best out of him. But I just look at the age profile of some of our senior players. Eventually, they will need replacing. And I think maybe that's what Arsenal are looking at.
Yeah, I mean, look, Neto is an interesting one. He's obviously 22. And when you look at Arsenal transfers, he fits the profile of those transfers. Zaha being 29, maybe not as much. But, when I look at Neto, has he really set things alight for me? I know he's had injuries and that sort of thing, but you have to go back to the 2021 season where he had 31 games in the Premier League rather than last season where it was like 13. So when I look at a season in which he had 31 games, he managed 5 Premier League goals. I don't know. I just kind of feel like, is he really going to set the house on fire at Arsenal? I look at Arsenal's age profile of our squad, and I feel like it's not at the optimal level. We probably need someone a bit more experienced to come in. When the times get tough, you can kind of look to them and say, if Saka and Martinelli aren't doing it, you need to do it. You've been there, you know what it's all about, and you're at that age where you're mature enough and robust enough to deal with everything in those pressure situations. I wouldn't put that burden on Neto. That's why I personally would prefer Zaha. But then with Zaha, you're paying a lot of money for him. He's 29 years old, probably coming like a 3-4 year contract. And then after that, you've had his best days. So, yeah, I feel like it could be Neto on that basis. In terms of Gakpo, after United have spent £82 million on Anthony, I'm not sure they'll be buying another winger when you consider that they've got Rashford, they've got Sancho at the club as well. So Gakpo could be, who knows, could be someone that Arsenal could pull off.
Yeah, I do like Gakpo. I would have. I kind of feel though that if Arsenal really wanted him, they would have got him already, because they are looking for a wide forward. It's very interesting. Neto, we have to take into account as well that Neto's had a massive injury, so that's kind of put him back a little bit. But I watched him before his injury, and he looked really, really good. And I think bringing him to Arsenal, I think we could definitely get the best out of him. But I do wonder as well if the reason why Arsenal have not moved for a wide forward player is that maybe Marquinhos has developed so much that they're going to use him in the Europa League just to see how he is. And maybe whether they're going to utilize Fabio Vieira in that wide position as well, because he can also play in that wide position.
Exactly. Yeah. And the thing is, there's a really good point about Marquinhos, because we're kind of forgetting about him, but he played in an academy game against Man United, scored a goal, did really well, actually played really, really well. And he looked too good for that level. So I'm sure he'll get some opportunities in cups, Europa League, that sort of thing. Who knows? He might be able to force his way into a Premier League squad and get some minutes there. But hopefully he's a player with a lot of promise. And Fabio Vieira, we've signed him not for a small amount of money, so I'd expect him to be able to come in and step up. But from what I understand of him, he's a bit more technical. It's not that he's going to be hugely pacey and be dribbling it past people. He's more of a technician with the ball in terms of finding the eye of the needle. So I'm not sure how effective he will be out on the wing, but Marquinhos certainly looks like a winger and pacey and can put a good ball in the box. So, it's interesting. Maybe Arsenal feel like we have got enough options, but I think that when we got rid of Pepe, that signaled to me that we're going to get in a replacement.
Yeah, I think we all thought that. I think we all thought when Pepe was going, and it was clear that Arteta didn't fancy Pepe. A lot of the fans didn't fancy Pepe. But I thought as soon as he went, then the wide player would come in. I think what's thrown the spanner in the works is the injuries to Partey and El Neni. And I think maybe the board have gone, actually, the wide forward player, as a priority as it is not as much of a priority as getting in another midfielder, because relying on Lokonga, I don't think Lokonga's fully ready yet. Relying on Granit Xhaka on his own isn't going to be sufficient enough, because we've seen that so many times before. I think with Partey there, Granit Xhaka can do the role that he's playing this season, and I think he can play it quite well. But asking Xhaka to do Partey's role, I think it's just a recipe for disaster. So I think the board have looked on it and gone, actually, we need reinforcements in the midfield.
Yeah, agreed. I think, we're seeing probably the best version of Xhaka we've ever seen at Arsenal right now. I do not want to touch that. I do not want to change that at all, because we know that, at times Xhaka can be a bit of a difficult person to appreciate. And I feel like in the more advanced role that he's playing now, he's much easier to appreciate and warm to. And I just don't think we should be risking that at all. So, yeah, it's funny, though. You think about the fact that Maitland-Niles is still at the club, even though there's strong rumours now linking him away. He can play midfield. Guendouzi we got rid of, midfielder. Torreira we got rid of as a midfielder. It'd be frustrating to see all of these people go out and then to leave ourselves short. Because if we're not going to sign a midfielder, I'd rather that we just said, do you know what, fine, we'll just keep Torreira, for example. We'll just keep Maitland-Niles. Even just to have a body. Because what I don't want is to be disrupting things and saying to Xhaka, now you've got to come back, or kind of having to tweak other areas of the squad. If Tierney's injured and we need Zinchenko left back, I don't want to be bringing him into central midfield and then saying to Tomiyasu, you play on the wrong side. It can start to get a bit messy. I just want us to have the bodies, have the numbers that we need to avoid too much disruption.
Yeah, definitely. I guess we'll have to wait and see what Arsenal do. Before I let you go, because I realise we're pushing for time, and I know you've got a dash very shortly. What are your hopes for this season, and what do you think Arsenal can achieve this season?
Do you know what I think we can achieve is a really, really tricky question, because when I look at Arsenal now as a serious team, and I look at us stepping out against, let's say, the other 13 teams in the league, minus the big six, that completes the other 19 other than us in the league. Against 13 teams, I think home and away, we can actually go out and win. We're not going to do it every single week, but I think more often than not, we can go out and win. And ultimately, what that leaves you is, if you can be consistent in those games, it leaves you with the games against the other six that, might be a bit more difficult. Or maybe I could even say it's not 13 and 6, it's 14 and 5. But it leaves you against those games, let's say against the 5 other teams in the league, so home and away, that's 10 games where you think, anything can happen here. And if you're consistent in the games against the other teams, the 14, it depends on what you do in that league table. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself at all, and I don't think this will happen because I think our squad isn't good enough. But the way that we're playing, I feel like actually I'm almost scared to say it, but we could end up being a competitive team this season. Unfortunately, Man City are just that good that I can't see anyone really challenging them. But what I'm saying is I think we can actually aim for second or third as a higher level. Top 4 is a minimum, and also a trophy. Whether that trophy is domestic or European, top 4 in a trophy is what I need Arsenal to do for me this season. And in terms of what I think we can achieve, is potentially more than one trophy, and aiming as high as second, purely because I think Man City are too good to really compete with when you have the games coming thick and fast to compete with their squad and quality.
I still think that would be a good season, though. Honestly, because I look on it and think if we aim to compete with Man City, and obviously we're not going to because their squad is far superior. Listen, you never know in football, anything's possible. But if you aim for that and we come up short, for whatever reason, I still think we'll have had a good season because the likelihood is we'll be finishing in the top 4. If you come up short to Man City, you're going to be finishing in the top 4. You're not going to come up short to Man City and finish outside the top 4. It's just the law of averages kind of say you're going to be either third or second. And I think that's a relatively good season because we'll have Champions League football. Then you add into the equation if we can get one of the domestic cups, either the Carabao or FA Cup or even Europa League. I think that's a fairly decent season. Considering where we finished last season, we finished 5th. And then the 2 seasons before that was 8th. So I look on that as progress. And I think most Arsenal fans will look on that as progress. I agree with you. I don't think we'll challenge Man City. I think they're just too good. I think the only way you can challenge Man City is put your biggest defender on Haaland and telling him to mark him for the game, and then try and have somebody on De Bruyne and stopping the supply to Haaland. That's probably your best shot of stopping Man City. If you can stop the supply to Haaland, you might have a chance. And if you can stop De Bruyne, you can probably have a chance as well. But
the problem is with Man City though, it's just you can stop De Bruyne, but they've got so many players that are brilliant creatively. If you look at their last game against Forest, it was the assist came from Bernardo Silva and Stones, and I think Foden got one. I don't know if it'll be attributed to him or not, but they were all doing that. And you just think to yourself, bloody hell, De Bruyne didn't even get an assist.
Yeah, look, I do think Man City are beatable. And I do think a team like us could beat them. The problem we've got, and I alluded to this, and I realised that you've got to shoot off in a second, but the problem we've got is that a lot of our games, when you look at our games against Villa, Fulham, Bournemouth, Leicester, and Palace, when you look at all our games and you analyse our games completely, fully analyze the games, not just look at the fact that we won, but when you fully analyze the performance, we have not yet had a 90 minutes where we've been absolutely outstanding from minute 1 to minute 90. We've had a great first half or second half, and then we've dropped off in periods of the game. Now, the problem is playing against Man City, you need to be switched on the whole entire 90 minutes. And I'm not entirely sure that this team right now has done that. And I think I'd like to see us do that against a lesser team before we can say, do you know what? We can really compete against Man City. And that's the problem we've got.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, actually, do you know what? I think Bournemouth was a game where I feel like for the 90 we were good. But other than that, yeah, I agree with you. But, Man City are just a different level. The fact that they've gone and signed Haaland, who's got 9 goals in his first flipping 5 games, is just mental. If he carries on, he's on track for 85 goals in the Premier League. It's ridiculous.
It is. Good for fantasy team. Yeah, good for fantasy team, though. Listen, Mo, I realise you've got to shoot off, but thank you very much for coming on. I really appreciate you giving up your time this evening and being a part of the Deadline Day show.
My pleasure, Dan. And listen, everyone who's watching, make sure you subscribe to Dan. Get him to 3K today. Let's do this.
Yeah, let's do this. Listen, you heard Mo. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. Cheers, Mo. Thanks for coming on, mate.
Cheers. Take care. Bye.
Take care. Well, there you go, guys. That was the thoughts of Mo there. Great first of a few guests this evening. But yeah, do hit that like button, guys. Do hit that subscribe button. Interesting thoughts. Let me know what you think. Leave it all in the comments and chat. I know you guys have, so we'll delve into some of them comments. And I'll read some of those out. Steve, the Arsenal Misfit, says, I would love to see a player come in and kick Xhaka out of the club. That means we will have improved as a club. I don't support players at the expense of the club. They are all replaceable. Kind of agree with you, to be honest. I kind of do think that we need to get past players like Granit Xhaka. I still always say this. As good as Granit Xhaka has been, he is a ticking time bomb. And he will always be a ticking time bomb until he's replaced. So, yeah, I do think we need to replace Granit Xhaka. Joanne put in there that Maitland-Niles is going on a season-long loan. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think that's good for Maitland-Niles, although I still can't forgive Arsenal for not taking the 20 million that Wolves offered us for Maitland-Niles. I think we should have took it there and then. Chris says we're on the road to 3K. Let's do this. Yeah, guys, smash that like button, smash the subscribe button if you haven't done so already. The key to growing the channel is you guys sharing. Share it on all the social medias, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Yeah, let's get this channel moving. Best shot is keeping the ball. Arsenal are building a squad that can do that in relation to beating Man City. Yeah, I agree with you. I still think we need a 40. I still think we need a full 90 minutes where we completely dominate a team, maybe a lesser team, because against Man City you're going to need to be switched on, and you're going to need to be switched on for 90 minutes. Can we do that right now? I'm not entirely sure. You know, when you analyze our performance, when you look at our performance, when you look at all of the games that we've played, you know, Crystal Palace, Leicester, Bournemouth, Fulham, Villa, you know, we've not had a full 90 minutes in those run of games. As good as we've been, and we have been brilliant, we've not really knocked it out of the park for 90 minutes. And I do feel like we need to do that. I think third is what I want, and I think we can get there. There is a chance for second if Liverpool don't get their shite together. Haaland just improves Man City and takes them to a different level. Yeah, I still think Haaland, though. I think if you can keep him out the game, and I do think that's possible of keeping Haaland out the game, and I do think it's possible making it difficult for Haaland. I still think in games Haaland will struggle to score. I think when you look at him playing against the teams like Nottingham Forest and those kind of teams, I think, yeah, listen, he's going to struggle. But I do think there are teams that are going to stop Haaland from scoring. City beat Bournemouth 3-0, so did we. Yeah. I think they won. Didn't they win 4-0? I thought they won. I think they won 4-0, didn't they? I don't think it was 3-0. I think it was 4-0. Steve, the Arsenal Misfit, said, has Xhaka been that good, or his positional sense, or just is he in a position where his mistakes don't cost us? Yesterday the break was on, but his lack of pace and ball on the ball killed the break. I think that's an interesting question when you talk about Granit Xhaka, because obviously his position that he's playing in now, his mistakes aren't highlighted because he has Partey cleaning up. Obviously Zinchenko comes in and clears up. I think that's a fair question to ask, to be honest. And I've always said, when you don't have the players around Jack, he struggles, and his mistakes, like you said there, Steve, the Arsenal Misfit, his mistakes are highlighted when those players aren't around him. When those players are around him, you know those you can get away with those mistakes, and I think he has been getting away with those mistakes. No worries, Joanne. You're right, Dan. I forgot the Bournemouth own goal. But yeah, guys, do hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. We will have a look at the news to see if there's anything other in the news. So yeah, there's 12 of you watching. So please hit that like button and please hit that subscribe button. It's so important. It really does help the channel grow. Let's have a look. So yeah, so far we've got the next guest coming on at 7 p.m. So the next hour so far is just myself with you guys. So yeah, do hit the like, do hit the subscribe, do hit the comments up with all your comments and questions. We can talk about anything that you would like to talk about. Right, let's have a look and see what's going on Twitter. Let's have a look. What's Fabrizio saying here? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So there's not a lot going on here, guys. Gotta be honest. So nothing, no news on Douglas Luiz. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the other transfer news. I think Man United have signed Dubravnik, the keeper, from Newcastle. Willian's gone to Fulham. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So, from what I can see, TalkSport are reporting that the second bid, yeah, from what I can see, the second bid has been rejected from Villa. So they've rejected the second bid. What do you guys think of that? What do you guys think of that? Let me know. Put it in the comments section below and I'll read it out. But yeah, it's just a waiting game if I'm being honest, guys. Not an awful lot going on. So yeah, we're just waiting to see. a lot of reports suggesting that £40 million. 40 million pound is what Villa want. I don't think we should pay 40 million pound for Douglas Luiz. I don't think. I don't think. I don't think 40 million pound we should entertain. I think we should walk away. But yeah, the reports are suggesting that the second bid was rejected. So yeah. Right, Dogs has got to run. Thanks for the quality stream. No, cheers. Like I said, I'll be going to 11 p.m. So anytime you guys are back, just pop back on. Looks like Aubameyang is on his way to Chelsea. Nice to see they're signing our rejects for a change. Does make a change, doesn't it? I think Chelsea are in a mess. I don't think they're signing any players of real quality. They're just signing aging players. But listen, that's good for us. Yeah, that's good for us. And like you say, it's nice to see them signing our rejects for a change. 40 million is too much for a player that will more than likely be a backup. Yes, I agree. I'd rather not. I'd rather not spend 40 million on Douglas Luiz. But if he comes in and does a job, if he comes in and does a job, are Arsenal just going to say, well, he's not a backup, he's competition? But for me, I wouldn't pay 40 million for him. And if that's what Villa want, I'd just turn around and say, sorry, I'm going to walk away. Because you know what will happen now as well? If Villa turn it down, you're going to, and Douglas Luiz has openly said that he wants to go. They're going to end up having an unhappy player on their books that wanted to leave and wanted to come to Arsenal. I think 23 million is probably about the level that we should pay. But yeah, honestly, guys, do hit that subscribe button. Currently 8 of you in the chat, so do smash the like button if you haven't done so already. I'd really appreciate that if you could hit that like button. Please hit the share button as well, because I haven't seen there's quite a lot of you in. So yeah, listen, we're going till 11 p.m. So yeah, it's going to be good. Do get your comments in. Like I said, I've got Albert coming on from Albert JTV at 7 p.m. Then I've got Dell coming on from 8 p.m. Then I've got my friend George coming on from 9 p.m. And then Fergus from Guns and Yellow Ribbons is coming on from 10 p.m. So yeah, still lots of guests coming up. And I might have somebody coming on for at 6 p.m. So yeah, we just have to wait and see. So yeah, got a really packed show for you tonight, guys. So yeah, do smash that like button. Do keep subscribing and leaving the comments. And please leave your questions in, because I can answer some of those while we're waiting for transfer news. Mr. B says, are you over COVID? I had it. It was quite mild, really. I tested negative yesterday, so finally over it. Still got this after effects of it, though. I don't know what it is. It's like a little coldy or something, like a scratchy throat. So it's not like it's not COVID because I'm still testing negative, but it's just like the after effects. Hopefully it'll clear up soon. Chelsea signing Aubameyang makes me wonder if Tuchel has had much input at this point. I don't really care about Chelsea. I think it's funny watching them lose their shit and sign aging players. They're just becoming a retirement home, aren't they? Todd Bowley has gone into Chelsea acting like Billy Big Bollocks, and he's signing all the wrong players and getting his pants pulled down in the transfer market. That's what's happening. I think it's funny to see as well because Chelsea fans are laughable. They really are. Sophie from the Highbury squad. You on about Sophie from Highbury squad? Yeah, she was chatting about transfers. Yeah, but yeah, listen, guys, do hit that like button. Smash that like button. We're approaching the first. What are we? 6 p.m. So we're approaching 6 p.m. We are approaching that time. Like I said, I might have a guest at 6 p.m. Just got to wait to see whether they're actually going to turn up. And then I've got guests all the way up from 7 p.m. all the way up till 10:30. So yeah, lots and lots of guests. So yeah, unfortunately I couldn't fill the 6 p.m. slot. What I thought I filled the 6 p.m. slot, but yeah, I've got guests from 7 p.m. all the way up to 10:30. So it's going to be a packed show from 7 p.m. Took me at least 3 months, something like normal after COVID 2 years ago. Yeah, I'm not too bad. Like I don't have any of the tiredness or anything like that. I feel quite decent, but it's like you know when you have like a little cold and you're just getting over a cold because like I'm not all bunged up or anything, but it's just like the after effects, isn't it? It's just hopefully that disappears soon because it is rather annoying. Mr. B for Life says, speaking of retirement homes, Willian has joined fully at Fulham. Yeah. I tell you what, though, Fulham are decent this season. I think Fulham are one to watch to kind of upset other results. You know, there's always a team in the Premier League every season that you look out and think they could upset other results and alter the course of, like, say, the title race or who's going down. And I think Fulham will be that team this year. Last year it was Brentford. You know, Brentford were the team to upset results, you know, getting results against Chelsea, getting results against us, Arsenal. I think last year they were that team. But I think this year it will be Fulham. I think Fulham are the team to do that. The Arsenal Misfit says, do you think there's been enough rotation in our matches to get the team and players used to Europa matches and cup matches? No, I don't think there's been enough rotation, but equally, I wouldn't expect there to be rotation. When the team's winning, you keep the, you know the old saying, you don't change a winning team. And I think Arteta was right to keep the team the way it is because you don't want to upset the results. If a team's playing well, you know, it's just sad that injuries have forced us to make changes because you wouldn't really want to change a winning team, would you? The only thing I would say is that I do think Arteta's substitutions are a little bit predictable at certain times. I do think he needs to mix it up a bit because you can always tell the substitutions he's going to make and you know who he's bringing on, you know who he's taking off, and you know what time he's making those substitutions. So it's all becoming in that respect's a little bit predictable. So if I was Arteta, I'd start changing the times and changing who you bring on, because at the moment, other teams are going to look at that and go, do you know what? At this section of the game, Arteta's going to do this, Arteta's going to do that. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens going forward. Big up Kyle and Dean. So, yeah, guys, do smash the like button and do hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Like I say, we're on the road to 3K. If you don't get Luiz, will you get Tielemans instead? Who knows? Who knows? All the reports are suggesting that the move for Tielemans is off for now, but I do think we'll get him. Not necessarily in this transfer window, but I do think we could get him in January. But yeah, do smash the like, guys, and hit that subscribe. We're at 6 p.m. So yeah, got another hour. And do smash the like button. Fulham are like another Palace, not Fulham are like a Palace. They're not a club that will roll over. Palace have deserved better than what they've had in the results table. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I think Palace have done pretty decently as well. But yeah, do smash the like button, guys. Would really appreciate that. So yeah, do smash the like button, guys. Let's have a look at Twitter, see if there's any more news. The go-to on transfer news. But yeah, everyone please smash the like button. It's really important. It does help the channel grow. It helps the YouTube algorithms and that. So do please hit the like button. I don't even know how many likes are on. If somebody can put in the chat how many likes are on. Obviously, refresh the page first and let us know how many likes are on. Really appreciate that. And also hit the share button. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So yeah, there's not a lot going on actually. We're still waiting on these deals. We won't get Tielemans this window when we can get him on a free later. Yeah, I agree. I think it will be. I don't think we'll get Tielemans now. Should have beat Palace. Hit the bar. Island says, "Did you go to the game yesterday?" I didn't, unfortunately. So yeah, guys, do smash the like button. Still linked with Mudrick, but apparently had a bid rejected. So yeah, guys, do smash the like button. It's so important. It really does help the channel grow. So yeah, it really does help the channel grow. But yeah, not a lot going on, if we're being honest, guys. We're just waiting. It's like waiting for a bus, isn't it? All these transfers. But let me know what you think of some of the other transfers from some of the other clubs. What have you made of, say, like Man United's transfer business or Chelsea's transfer business? But yeah, let me know what you think. But yeah, do smash that like button, guys. It really is so important. It really is so important. So yeah, do smash that like button. I'm just sharing this. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look here. What's going on? So yeah, do smash that like button, guys. It really is so important. And yeah, do smash that like button. Big up Neil Patel. Welcome to the channel. I've not seen you here. You're a new subscriber. We're always thin in the middle of the park, but most importantly, we need quality. We need quality. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you, mate. We do. And that's the thing. We can't panic buy. You know, I don't want us to sign a player just to panic buy. We need somebody in the chat said it a while back. Quality over quantity is what we need. And I agree. Quality over quantity. You think Anthony will bang in the Prem? Do you think he'll score against you on Sunday? I don't know. We need to beat Man United. I'd like to think we can beat Man United. But you just never know. This Premier League is just... This Premier League, it is what it is, isn't it? It's ups and downs, and there's so many twists and turns, isn't there? But yeah, do smash that like button, guys. If you're new to the channel, please hit that subscribe button as well. Would really appreciate it. But yeah, would really appreciate. Also hit the share. Let's have a... So yeah, do hit that subscribe button. Would really appreciate it. And hit the share button as well. I'm just looking at transfer news. See what's happening. Let's have a look. So yeah, hopefully hopefully we do sign somebody. Hopefully we get this Douglas Luiz, but it's not looking promising. It's not looking too promising. We've only a few there's only a few hours left now. So can we get it? Can we get it done? Yeah, can we get it done? It's not looking promising, but I wonder if Arsenal will eventually move on to one of their other targets or move on to Tielemans. It's hard to see how any Man U transfers will do, as the club are so dysfunctional right now. Ten Hag just has to fix the stuff. He has to not only fix the on-field product, but he has to fix the structure. Yeah, I think Man United will struggle. I think all these Man United fans getting above their stations, going, "Oh, we got Anthony. We got Casemiro." I don't think they're great signings. Yeah, I don't think they're great signings. So yeah, it's going to be. I still think they'll struggle. No one catching the unstoppable train that is Man City. Haaland on fire. It's great for my FPL though. Got another hat trick in my FPL, which is really good. But yeah, great for my FPL. So yeah, listen, do hit that like button, do hit the subscribe button, and do hit that share button. It really is so important. It helps the channel grow. Like I said, I've got guests coming on at 7 p.m. So the show will pick up from 7 p.m. hopefully. So yeah, let's have a look at all these other. So Ryan Taylor's tweeted that Arsenal are deciding whether to submit a third offer or walk away from the deal. He said that the Gunners are still hoping to pull off a signing, so they're just trying to work out whether to walk away from the deal or not. So yeah, let's see what happens. We're waiting to see what happens on that one. So yeah, we're just waiting to see what happens. So yeah, if you have any, if you guys see any news as well, pop it in the chat and we can discuss it. But yeah, it's just crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. If I was Arsenal, I'd walk away from this deal with Douglas Luiz, because if they want 40 million, I don't think we should pay. I don't think we should pay 40 million for him. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't think we should be wasting our time on that. Let's have a look here. So yeah, do hit that subscribe button. So yeah, do smash that like button, guys, and do leave your comments. So yeah, that's it in terms of transfer news. It's a bit of a. We're at that stage of the window where teams and deals and clubs don't know whether to stick or twist. And I think with 4 hours, maybe 5 hours to go, clubs don't know whether to just stick or twist. But I do think maybe Arsenal are working. I still think we should just go and get Tielemans. I really do. I honestly do think that we should just go and get him. And yeah, I do honestly think we should go and get him. I don't think we should be waiting. Yes, mad. Absolutely crazy. So yeah, we just have to wait. Obviously, Sky Sports have officially put that out now about Douglas Luiz. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, guys. It's going to be really, really interesting to see what happens. It's going to be interesting to see if we stick or twist on that deal. But yeah, everything's gone really, really quiet. Considering it's deadline day, and yeah, everything's gone really, really quiet in terms of Arsenal transfer news. But yeah, do hit that like button, guys. Do hit the subscribe button. Would really appreciate it. But yeah, do smash that like button, guys. Let's have a look here. Yeah, you should get Tielemans, but the fraud doesn't think like that. Don't think you can. I think we can get Tielemans. I don't think it will happen, but I think we can get him. I think if Arsenal decide to push the button, then I think Tielemans is ours. But it just depends whether Arsenal want to push the button on Tielemans. I would honestly walk away from the Douglas Luiz deal and get Tielemans. Because if Villa want 40 million, they can go and swivel for 40 million. They can go and swivel for 40 million. Let's have a look. See what else is going on. Yeah, so Fabrizio Romano saying that the talks are still ongoing with Arsenal and Aston Villa, despite the two failed bids. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. So yeah, guys, we're just waiting. We're just waiting to see. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So yeah, not a lot. Oh, so Liverpool tried to sign Douglas Luiz, but apparently the players keen on a move to Arsenal over Liverpool. So that's the latest. That come out. A few people are tweeting that as well. Pedro linked with Danilo. Yeah, I don't think we're getting him. Big up Melina in the chat. Just cracking on with the deadline day show. Hope you're well. But yeah, guys, do hit that like button. Do hit the subscribe button. And yeah, do share the content as well. Would really appreciate that. Please share this over your socials. Yeah, please share this on your Twitter, Facebook. If you guys have Twitter, if you guys have Facebook, please share it onto your Twitters, and let's try and get the viewers, the subs, and the likes up. Like I said, I've got a pack show coming up from 7 p.m. I've got Albert coming on from Albert JTV from 7 p.m. Then I've got Del Boy coming on at 8 p.m. Then I've got my friend George coming on from 9 p.m. until 10 p.m. And then I've got Fergus from Guns and Yellow Ribbons from 10 till 10:30. And then the last half an hour, it will just be rounding up the transfer. And then I'll be closing the show just after 11 p.m. So I've got a packed line of guests. Apologies as well. I didn't manage to get a guest for this time slot. So you've just got myself until at least 7 p.m. So yeah, do smash that like button, and like I said, if you have Twitter, Facebook, please share the stream, and yeah, please give the channel and the show some support. Would really appreciate it. And yeah, do get your questions in. Would really appreciate it. Do smash the questions. Do smash those questions in. Like I said, it's all gone a bit quiet on the transfer front. It really has. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens, to be honest. But yeah, it's all gone a bit weird in terms of transfers at the moment. Arsenal are in stickle twist mode with this Douglas Luiz. I think they want 40 million. Arsenal don't want to pay 40 million. What's going on here? Let's have a look here. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look here and see what's going on. Yeah, there's not a lot going on, to be honest. There's not really an awful lot going on. Not a lot going on. 7 out of 10. Molina's rating the window. Yeah, 7, 8. Like I said, I'm going to give my rating at the end of the window. Hopefully by then we'll have done something or done some kind of business. But yeah, I'm going to give my rating at the end. Yeah, I'm going to give my rating at the end. So but yeah, do smash that like button, guys. Do smash the subscribe button. Like I said, 7 p.m. Albert's coming on, 8 p.m. Dell's coming on, 9 p.m. George, and then 10 p.m. Fergus from Guns and Yellow Ribbons. So yeah, from 7 p.m. all the way up to 10:30, 11:15, got a whole host of guests. So yeah, it's going to be really, really. It's going to be a packed show from 7 p.m. Up Stephen Davies. I hope you're well. I hope you're well, mate. But yeah, do smash the like button, guys. If you haven't done so already, please smash that like button. Currently 8 of you in the chat, so yeah, do smash the like button, and do share. Sharing the stream is the most crucial part to the channel. So please everybody share the stream. It's the most important thing you guys can do, other than hitting the like button. That's another second most important things you guys can do, and getting your questions in. That's the third most. I realize I'm getting a bit dark in here. I'm gonna have to turn the light on at some point, because I realize. Let me know as well, guys, if I'm getting a bit dark, and I will turn the light on, because I realize it is getting a little bit dark. Have a look here through these comments. Doesn't look like we're getting anyone with the usual trying to the last. The usual, we were trying up to the last. Predicting for tonight's match, I'm going 2-0 United versus Leicester. Be interesting to see. Yeah, that's going to be mad as well, because I forgot there was a game going. I really did. I forgot there was a. I forgot there was a game tonight, but there's Man United versus Leicester. That'll be Tielemans' deal in doubt then, because if they pick him in the starting lineup, that isn't going to happen, is it? Listen, guys, bear with me 2 seconds. I'm going to go and turn the light on, because I think I might be getting a bit dark here. So I'll be right back. Right. Hopefully that light situation should be a bit better. So yeah, do hit that like button, guys. It really is crucial. Let's have another look at Twitter, see if anything's going on. Let's have a look, see what's going on. Let's have a look. Not an awful lot going on. Let's have a look. Trying to refresh my Twitter, see if there's any new news. Hopefully, there is. So Bellerin looks like he's definitely gone. Yeah. Let's yeah, so looks like Bellerin has gone to Barca, which is the only breaking Arsenal news. Romano's confirmed that. Listen, there's 10 of you in the chat, so yeah, do smash that like button. Like I said, Albert will be joining at 7 p.m. Then Dell from 8 p.m. My friend George from 9 p.m. And then Fergus from 10 p.m. So yeah, guys, do put your comments in. Smash the likes. Let's have a look here. When my keyboard jumps all over the bloody comments, that doesn't help. Have a look. Let's have a look here. Ah, there we go. Right. Let's have a look. Have I read that? Someone's put this. Stephen says, "Come on, Leicester." I'm going 2-1 Arsenal versus United on Sunday, says Mr. B for life. Jesus Christ, you're actually going for an Arsenal win. Jesus Christ. Are you ill? Helen walking the catwalk in Spain. Well, I love that comment. That is a good comment. And he's taken a massive salary cut as well. So, yeah, it looks like he's off. It looks like Bellend is off. Bellend to Barca. They should put that as well on the Sky Sports News headline. Hector Hecky B to Barca. Hecky B, what a load of fucking trollop that is, isn't it? Hecky B. Hecky B. Hecky B to Barca. Yeah, listen, there's 10 of you in the chat, so please hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button as well. If you haven't done so already, hit the share button as well if you haven't done so already. That would be grand. And if you haven't done so already, please put your comments in the chat. Would really appreciate that. And I will do my very best to answer them. So let's do a bit of a, while we're waiting for the next guest, let's do a bit of a Q&A. If you want to ask me any questions, transfer related, Arsenal related, you can do while we're waiting for the next guest to come on. We've got just under half an hour until the next guest comes on. So yeah, we'll do a little bit of a Q&A. So fire away with the questions, and I will answer them. So yeah, put the questions in and I will answer them. Hecky B to Barca was a good fit because neither of them will be playing football in 2 years' time. That's great. That's great. Yeah, that's fantastic. That's incredible. You're right there, Steve. So yeah, get your questions in, guys. We're 25 to 7, so we've still got a bit of time until the next guest. Get your questions in and I'll do my very, very best to answer them. Also, hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Hit the subscribe button and hit the share button. All that good stuff. But let's have a look at transfer news again. See. Refreshing my Twitter is absolutely insane. My Twitter's had more refreshes than Arsenal have over the last 10 years. Let's see. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Nah, so there's not a lot going on. There's not a lot going on, to be honest, guys. Still the same old news. Do you know what? I'm actually less confident than I was an hour ago about this Douglas Luiz deal. I'm actually very, very. I'm not sure that it's going to happen, if I'm being honest. Because there's bids haven't been accepted, so Yeah, I'm not entirely sure it's going to happen. I would definitely take it. I'd definitely take Douglas Luiz. Um, what do you think of the comedy show All for Nothing? Oh yeah, I was going to do a review of All for Nothing and completely forgot to do it. Obviously, COVID threw all of that out. I tell you what, I won't tell you what I thought of it. I will do a separate video, and I might actually drop that because that'll only be like an 8 to 10 minute video. So I'm going to do a review of that, and I'll drop it tomorrow. Actually, no, I won't. I'll drop it. What day are we on? Thursday. Tell you what, I'll drop it next week, next Monday or Tuesday. So stay tuned for that. Who would you sooner get, Luiz or Tielemans? For me personally, I'd take both. I'd take Luiz and Tielemans. But if I had to pick one right now, I'd probably pick Tielemans. Just because I've got to be honest, I've not really been paying attention an awful lot to Douglas Luiz, if I'm being honest. Tielemans, I know a lot more about. I know Douglas Luiz is a good player, but yeah, I don't know. I think I'd take Tielemans. I think I would take Tielemans. Yeah, I think I'd take Tielemans just because. Also, as well, you have to look. What's Tielemans going to be thinking? He must be thinking, "What the fuck is Arsenal doing? They need a midfielder. They could have got me." You know, the guy sold his house because he thought he was going to get an Arsenal move. If I was Tielemans, I'd be really pissed off right now. But you know, we don't know what Arsenal have said to his agent. We don't know what Arsenal have said to him. We don't know what Edu has said to him. But it just seems strange that we're going after Douglas Luiz when we could have gone and got Tielemans. Mr. B says, have you thought of doing a members call-in stream? Yeah, the memberships aren't active yet, so I haven't actually until my channel grows a bit more. Until I get at least past 5k, memberships will not be activated. I will not be introducing memberships until there's more growth on the channel. And as for call-in streams, I tried them, and nobody wanted to take part. So again, they when the channel grows a bit more, they'll be coming back as well. So unfortunately, for the time being, so for the time being, it's going to be as is, just with this content. But yeah, once the channel grows and once there's more people coming to the channel, then I'll be introducing a lot more stuff. I don't think Tielemans will be too upset if we don't get this window. I think he can get more. He can get more wages on a free. Yeah, true. But then are Arsenal going to go back in for him? Are they going to get? Are they going to want to get him on a free? But yeah, I would just. I don't know. I would have gone and got him. Yeah, I would have gone and got him. So yeah, no lots. Yeah, 15 minutes away, guys, until the next guest comes on. So yeah, still got lots of their show. So it's hard doing it solo. Good job. I have lots of guests lined up because. But yeah, when the next guest comes on at 7 p.m. We'll be lining up until the end of the evening. So yeah, do smash that like button, guys, if you haven't done so already. Currently 8 people watching this live, and we've been going for 2 hours. So yeah, do smash that like button, do get your comments in, and do hit the subscribe. If you haven't done so already, would really, really appreciate. Would really, really appreciate that. For those that are joining late, I have Albert coming on from 7 to 8, Del from 8 till 9, George from 9 till 10, and then Fergus from Guns and Yellow Ribbons. Fergus from Guns and Yellow Ribbons from 10 till 10:30, quarter to 11. And then we'll be closing off the show. We'll be closing off the show because the deadline day will be coming to a close. So lots and lots of guests coming up from 7 p.m. onwards. So yeah, do smash that like button, guys. Do smash the subscribe button. Do put your questions in as well. Really, really appreciate that. Let's have a look at your questions. Let's have a look here. Will you be doing any World Cup watch-alongs? Yeah, probably. I know you guys liked the World Cup watch-alongs, didn't you? So I might do a couple of them. I won't be doing as many as I did throughout the Euros, because honestly, that was absolutely draining. So I'll probably pick a game each day and do one. But yeah, I'll definitely be doing some of those. Have to go, but we'll try and get back before it's all over. No worries, Steve. Thanks for popping in. So yeah, guys, we're cracking on. So yeah, we're cracking on, guys. Cracking on. 10 minutes until the next guest. Let's have a look. Refresh the old Twitter to see if there's anything going on. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So yeah, look, not a lot surrounding Arsenal at the moment. It's all down to Chelsea. Chelsea are announcing signings. So yeah, not a lot in terms of Arsenal. But we just got to wait. Just got to wait and see what happens. Is this deal going to happen? Is this deal going to happen? Who knows? Yeah, who knows? Have to wait and see. Yeah, do hit that like button, guys. Do hit the subscribe button. Would really appreciate it. What did you think about what happened to Chesney's wife? I thought that was appalling. I thought it was disgusting, to be honest. I mean, no one should get attacked just for having an opinion. Whether you agree with that opinion or not, it's still not right for people to get attacked. I think it's disgusting, absolutely disgusting. Yeah, absolutely disgraced. So yeah, listen, we're closing in, almost going up to 7 p.m. So yeah, do hit that like button, guys. Do hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so already. And yeah, listen, we move on to the next part of the show. Like I say, the next 3 hours of the show are going to absolutely fly by, guest after guest. I'm sure you've had enough of my dulcet tones for an hour. Yeah, just to remind you all of the schedule: Albert from 7, Dell from 8, George from 9, 10, Fergus from 10 to about 10:30, 10:35, and then we will be rounding up, and then we'll be closing the show. Has anything like that happened to you? No. Although I actually did have somebody. So I remember getting the tube, and somebody helped me onto the tube, and we were talking as we were going down. It's actually quite a funny story. It's not like nothing like what happened to Jez and his wife. But I was on the person who was assisting me. We were talking about football, and I'm like, oh, do you know do you watch AFTV? And I was like, yeah, I watch AFTV. I've been on it a few times. And they said, oh, there's there's a there's a blind guy that goes on AFTV that talks a lot of shit. You know, I find it quite hilarious, and obviously me being me, I was just obviously because I knew it was me. I was just like, I was just stayed quiet. And then he helped me onto the train, and just before the doors closed, I was like, "Oh yeah, you know that blind guy that you were talking about on AFTV? That was me." And then the doors shut and the train pulled off. So yeah, that's the only thing I've ever had. I've not had any sort of negative comments like what happened to Jez. But yeah, that's pretty much what happened to me. So anyone think that Arsenal will have a shock signing? Says Stephen Davies. I'm not so sure. It'll be interesting to see whether Arsenal have a shock signing or not. I'd like to think they'll pull something out of the bag, but you just don't know. This is Arsenal we're talking about. As much as I'm praising them for the recruitment they've done this summer, it is still Arsenal we're talking about. Forest have signed 22 new players. How mad is that? That is a bit mad. That is a bit mad. Yeah, that is a bit mad. So yeah, we're closing in on that next guest. Currently 9 of you in the chat, so please hit that like button, hit the share button. It really does help the channel grow. So yeah, we're 3 minutes away from our next guest joining, and then we've got guests right through until pretty much up to the close of the show. So you haven't got to listen to my dulcet tones for much longer. I'm sure you're bored of my opinions, but yeah, so we've got quite a few guests coming on. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Have a look. Let's have a look. So yeah, guys, we are closing in. So yeah, do smash that like button and do hit that subscribe button. Yeah, do hit that like button. Like I said, got Albert joining from 7. Hopefully, you guys can all stay tuned. Let's have a last look at the comments. But yeah, do smash the like button. Do hit the subscribe button. Would really appreciate all the support on this channel. And hit the subscribe button. Let's have a look. Big up Damo Gunner said, I'm only home from work. Who have we signed? No one yet, mate. No one yet, mate. Big up Shahir Mohammed. I think we should go through who. I'm not sure who you're on about, to be honest. It might be my screen reader reading it, but yeah, do smash the like button, guys. Do smash the subscribe button. Let's bring in my next guest. Let's welcome Albert to the show. Albert, how's it going?
Yeah, Daniel, am I late?
No, don't worry. You're only like 2 minutes late. Don't worry.
No, firstly,
you'll get a fine for that. Don't worry. You'll be put on the subs bench.
Firstly, thank you for inviting me. This is the first time I've been on your channel, so it's been a long time coming. You've asked me, and I definitely knew I was going to come on. So, mate, best day to come on, man. Transfer.
Yeah, listen, definitely, it's great to have you on. Albert, what have you made of the? Let's start with what have you made of Arsenal's transfer business this summer?
Ooh, good question. Let's go straight into it. If I was to break it down in the most simplistic way, in terms of, I don't know, Daniel scoring it out of 10, for example, and that's even before, not even including today, obviously last transfer deadline day, but I think I had it about a 7. I had a steady 7 out of 10 because I still wasn't happy in terms of, and I made my feelings pretty clear, like to a lot of people, that I don't want to come into this season. It'd be interesting to know what you think, Daniel, having the same quartet with our midfield. I wasn't happy with it for a number of different reasons. So I was hoping they would bring in one more before the window. I thought realistically, Daniel, we get one more in, and that could still happen. But yeah, in a simplistic way, mate, I'd give it 7 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption. I think that's a fair assumption, to be honest, because I mean, you look at the signings that we've made. The one thing I will say about the signings that we've made is they've all been signings that we've needed. Now, I don't think we've panicked but bought this window like a lot of other clubs have. You look at Zinchenko, you look at Jesus, Vieira, Turner. They've all been signings that we have needed. Just break it down for us, Albert. What have you made of each signing?
Good shout, Daniel. Now, you know what? I've said this before as well. I'm going to start from sort of probably attacking wise, going defensively wise in terms of what we might have brought in. But I've always been a big advocate, mate, of buying within the league. That for some reason with some sections of our fan base, they find that a problem. And I'm like, but we often talk about how difficult this league is, for example, in comparison to other leagues. So I was always under the impression for quite a few years we need to buy within the league, whether it's English or not. We've done that with the likes of Gabriel, Jesus, and Zinchenko. The Jesus signing for me was a no-brainer. I couldn't really understand any Arsenal fans' reticence in order for this guy to come here, irrespective of his relationship with Arteta or not. We've been starved of somebody who spearheads our attack that is going to get the goals that we need, and we didn't have that last season, Daniel. It was a painful season in terms of what we had in terms of a striker scoring goals. We didn't have that. So when the Jesus links were originated, for me it was a no-brainer. I'll drive to Manchester and bring him here. It's not a problem. He's proved and shown enough at his time at Man City, irrespective of whether he's a first teamer or not, that he's good enough and he can score goals and he would add something to our team. So I was very, very happy in terms of bringing him in. In terms of Zinchenko, that's one thing. That's one signing. If you'd have said to me, Daniel, before the end of last season or coming into the start of this season, would you take Zinchenko, or is he a player that you think Arsenal would be linked to? I'd be like, no. Not because I don't think he's good enough, but I think the plus point with him, Daniel, is yes, at City he played at left back, but for his national side, he plays in a completely advanced role. So he's a very technically gifted footballer and very intelligent. Has given Arsenal, that attacking sense, even for someone that plays in the fullback area. It's likened to like what Trent does at Liverpool or what Cancelo does at Man City, and he adds that to us, which is fantastic to see. So I was very happy. In terms of Vieira, quickly, I didn't know too much about him, Daniel, so I'm not going to sit here and give a Bible study in what my Portuguese expertise. So we'll wait and see with him. We've been told he's a similar type of player to the likes of a Martin Odegaard. So time will tell. Marquinhos, again, another youngster who we probably will see a bit this season, Daniel, to be fair, because we're going to have a lot of football. So I would expect to see him blooded in at some point, whether that be during the cup games or during the European games. But who else have I missed out, Daniel? Have I missed anyone else? And also Matt Turner, hopefully when he does get his opportunity, he will show us what he's sort of made of. Because I know Sophie from Hybrid Squad sort of not waxed lyrical, but she said, look, this guy has dislodged what's the guy's the reserve, the second goalkeeper at Man City? Is it Zach Steffen?
Yeah,
dislodged him as a USA #1. So it'd be interesting to see more of him when he gets on. And Dan, that's kind of what I've made, mate, of the signings that we brought in.
Do you know, you make a very interesting point about Zinchenko as well, because I wanted, right from the start, I wanted him, and then it looked like we were linked with him, and then they kind of went off on a tangent, tried to get Lisandro Martinez, who, quite frankly, I think we dodged a bullet with that signing.
Yeah.
And then you look at Zinchenko, who can play multiple positions, just fits everything that we're looking for. And this is why I'm not overly panicking about the midfield situation, because when Zinchenko comes back, you can just stick him in midfield with Granit Xhaka, and I actually think he'll probably do a decent enough job. It's not going to be the same as Thomas Partey, but I think actually he can do a decent enough job. He can even probably, which Arteta said, he can even probably play in that Odegaard role as well. So, he can play in multiple positions, Zinchenko, and you've seen the impact he's had. So I actually think he is probably, out of all the signings we've made, and I rate all of them, I rate Gabriel Jesus is the obvious one. I actually think out of all the signings we've made, I think Zinchenko is probably the smartest bit of business that we've done this summer in terms of buy-in. You're getting essentially 2 players for the price of 1.
Yeah. Daniel, quick question to you, mate. Like, I mean, obviously we've done our business relatively early, but like many Arsenal fans, and the question's probably been posed to you as well as it has to me and many other YouTube content creators out there that Arsenal, realistically, did you expect any more players to come in? If so, how many? And also, what one position would you kind of like say that's a must more than any other?
I expected 2 players.
Okay.
After Zinchenko, I expected 2, a wide forward and a midfield. I actually kind of think that we would have got the wide forward had it not been for the injury crisis that we kind of find ourselves in with midfield. And isn't it ironic that the one time that we don't want any injuries is the one time we get injuries, and then Mohamed El Neni, who's hardly ever been injured at Arsenal, and now he's picking up. Now he's picked up a sort of a few months long injury, and it's kind of like, this guy's never get injured. This guy never gets injured. And I posed this to Mo earlier, who was on earlier, and I said actually, I said actually, the Arsenal medical team, we need to look at this medical team, because all these players that have exemplary injury records come to Arsenal, and within months of being here, they just constantly get injured.
Yeah, Dan, the Partey ones is a concern for me, and I said why on my channel a couple of days ago, is that when he first joined us, you kind of got it because he didn't have a preseason. So any injury he may have picked up that season, then it was going to set him back. But this coming into this season, he obviously hadn't played since April when he came off against Palace. So we thought, okay, he's not going to play for the remainder of the season, which I think was a good thing. Let him recover, let him have a pre-season, played in some of the pre-season games, started some of the opening games of the Premier League, and he's still injured. So it's, I mean, we understand it's probably not as serious, but I think the fact he's already injured, even with time off and having a pre-season, is a bit of a concern for me. So if they can get one more in before the deadline closes, it looks, I don't know how likely it is now, mate, to be fair.
Yeah. Do you think we'll get, just going on to, obviously, I'm sure you've seen the links to Douglas Luiz. Do you think we'll get him? Because it's, earlier I was sort of like, we might pull this off. Now I'm not so sure, because Aston Villa are kind of just are doing what they do, and apparently they're demanding 40 million. Do you think we'll get him, and do you think he is what we need, and do you think he'll be a good signing?
Yeah, Dan, to tackle the sort of the latter point that you're saying, when I did hear the 40 million link earlier, I thought they're not going to get that for him. I think when you've got a player that's within his, not even just within his last year, I think it's his last 7, 8 or 9 months, you have to be a bit careful, because if you know he's not going to stay, or player's not going to stay at the club, you have to make a decision. You as a businessman, regardless of whatever club it is, from a business point of view, it wouldn't make sense to let a player stay and go for nothing. We've done that too many times at our club. But yeah, so 40 million, I'm not sure they'd get that. Dan, you know what? Douglas Luiz is an interesting one, because he's been linked with Arsenal before. And again, Daniel, as you know, with you know what's mad, right? And I always say this. Arsenal fans make me laugh. Sections, people, before you get mad. I always say sections, man, because I don't label everybody the same. But you know, when you have players that play within the league, for example, and we watch him week in, week out, and we go, oh, he's a good player, for example. The minute he gets linked with Arsenal, some fans don't want him. I just think I don't understand where that comes from. Like, he's a good player. I wouldn't say no to him, Daniel. I think he's been in this league. He's been in this league long enough for people to look at him and go, actually, you know what? He's a decent player. So I wouldn't say no to it personally. And I was quite surprised when I heard the links today that, you know, we've linked with him, but Arsenal are really mostly pushing hard for him and really want him. But will it get done? If you'd have asked me probably about 3 or 4 hours ago, I might have said yeah, but I'm not too sure. I thought 25 million would get it done, because he's in the last year. But it looks like Villa might probably try and hold firm for probably about 30 odd, but they won't get 40 million. So I'm surprised that they would put that on a player's head who doesn't want to actually be at Aston Villa anymore.
Yeah. I look at the Douglas Luiz thing, and it's not one that I would go for, but yeah. I sort of trust the recruitment process
a little bit more now.
More so. I trust the recruitment process more than I did maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and I kind 100. Of can see the direction we're going in, and I can kind of see the type of player we're trying to get. And you know, nobody was thrilled about Aaron Ramsdale last season. He's come in, and actually he's been one of our better players. So
exactly. Great point.
I don't think he's one of those players, and when you're looking at building a squad to challenge for the title, and because ultimately that's where we want to go. Yeah. You know, there's no point in building something and only half doing a job. When you look at players that we're building to challenge for a squad, every player has a squad player that's not necessarily brilliant, but not necessarily crap. And I look at, you know, Liverpool's got it, you know, with James Milner as prime example. I look at Douglas Luiz, and I kind of fit him into that category where he's going to be a decent player, but he's not going to be a crap player. The way I viewed El Neni as well. I think those types of players, they're not going to be for starters. They're not going to be players that are going to come in and really set your team alight, but there'll be players that will come in and they know what they are. They know that they're squad players. They'll do a job, and they'll contribute to hopefully a successful team, which is ultimately where we want to be. Yeah, that's the way I look at the Douglas Luiz signing.
No,
if it
I hear,
happened.
yeah, no, Daniel, I hear what you're saying, mate. I think with it, with Douglas Luiz, I think, and this is not being disrespectful to obviously Mohamed Elneny, but I think to me, he's a better player than Mohamed Elneny, in my own personal opinion. And obviously, Arsenal, as you kind of mentioned, in terms of the players are trying to recruit. And again, you know what, Daniel, he's another player that's played within this league. So in terms of adapting, it wouldn't take him long at all. So, and I think that's the key thing that shouldn't be overlooked. It's like I mentioned to you earlier, some Arsenal fans have been abundant. They go, "Oh yeah, I don't understand why people are so obsessed with shopping in the league." Jesus is a prime example of that.
Yeah.
Zinchenko is a prime example of that. Ben White's a prime example of that. That's why you do it.
Yeah. No, and Douglas Luiz, maybe coming in and playing in the Europa League as well will take the pressure off some of the first teamers. But it's whether we can get it done. I think.
Yeah,
so
I'm a bit dubious.
The last kind of reports I saw is that Arsenal were deciding whether to walk away from the deal or go in with a third bid. The other thing that's the other thing that makes me curious, Albert, is why have we not? We've got a midfield crisis. Why have we not gone for Tielemans? Who we've got an agreement in place with Tielemans. Where do you stand on this? Do you think that it's just a case of Arsenal have looked on it and gone, right, we can maybe get him for free in January? Or have they looked upon it and gone, all right, we like Tielemans, but we don't like him as much as we like some of our other targets? Because a lot of work has gone in to this Tielemans deal. We know that in January they were having meetings and putting agreements in place for the summer. So why do you think it's not happened yet? Because when the transfer window opened as well, I think every Arsenal fan would looked upon it and go, right, Tielemans is probably going to be the first one in because that'll be the easiest deal. Everybody thought the Jesus deal with no Champions League football might have been harder to get. And in actual fact, we were all wrong because it was Fabio Vieira that was the first deal. So where do you stand on this Tielemans situation?
Daniel, firstly, great question, man. It's one I enjoy answering, actually. With Tielemans, my own personal feeling as an Arsenal fan, I would drive to the Midlands and bring him to Arsenal tomorrow. And I think Arsenal fans need to kind of chill a bit. And what I mean by that, Daniel, in regards to Tielemans, is that they're very quick to sort of jump on, he didn't have a great season last season. Daniel, that's a typical life of a footballer. He's had one bad season in the 4 or 5 years he's been here? We've had many players at Arsenal who've had many, many bad seasons and they're still here. So I don't get the slander he gets, really. And I just think for someone that's in the final year of his contract, and they could probably get him for about 20-25 million, for me, it's a no-brainer. And all this about it defensively, he's poor and this and that. Okay, if that's the case, all right, then obviously you have managers and coaches for a reason, to get the players to play the style that they want them to play. But then, Dan, you make a good point. I look at it and think the fact that there's not been a formal bid, to bring him here, would tell me maybe either they're not as sold on him as they're not as sold on bringing him to Arsenal as we might think, or potentially there might be something agreed where, he can start pre-contract talks in January, can't he? Really, to be fair, but or they wait to get him on a free. But then I just think needs must, and you do it now, Daniel, rather than wait later. We saw what happened with not purchasing anybody in January, and people come up with this argument, Daniel. I don't know if you heard it. They go, "Oh, about panic buying." Well, why would it be a panic buy in a position that you need to strengthen in? That makes no sense to me. There's not many players within the league or many players in the midfield area who are in the final year of their contract at that price, who's played in the Premier League. And it's not like he's played in the league where you haven't been watching, whether it be Serie A or Ligue 1. He's been playing within the Premier League for, like I said, the last 4 or 5 years. So people have seen him. So I wouldn't hold him to task. He's not had a great season last season. Footballers, that can happen in a footballer's career. Doesn't mean he's not good enough anymore. So yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting one, Daniel, mate. I'm not. It depends how Arsenal view him, really, because I just think if they really wanted him ASAP, as they're showing for the Douglas Luiz interest, I think that tells you all you need to know. The fact that Arsenal have gone in quite hard for him on the last day, and nothing's been submitted for Yuri Tielemans. So I think that kind of tells you a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I just look on Tielemans and think I would just, if we went and got Tielemans, I'd be well happy with that.
I would.
I'll be buzzing with that signing. If we bin off Douglas Luiz and got Tielemans, I'll be happy with that because Tielemans is a quality player. And I think it would suit us so much to get him.
Why do you think they haven't gone for him then?
It's a tricky one. I think Arsenal don't fancy him.
Yeah.
I think there's something there. I think they want him, but I think they don't want to pay 30 million for him. I think they might just. I think they don't fancy him enough to pay the money, but they want him, and I think they're looking up on it and going, well, year on his deal, we could sign a pre-contract with him.
I think
it's only a few months.
Yeah. I think that might be it, mate. If I'm being honest, if I was a betting man, I think that might be the reason.
Because it's weird how he sold his house and all that. I reckon Arsenal have said, listen. I reckon Arsenal have said to him, listen, we won't come for you now, but we'll come for you in January. Move to London, still play for Leicester for the first, September, October, November. Still play for Leicester this season, and then come January, we'll get a contract agreement and you can join up in the summer. And also, I think that suits Tielemans because he can get more wages as well.
Daniel, I think you're spot on. Mate. I know the thing is, I heard Leicester said they wanted around 38. Straight away, Daniel said they're not getting that. It's not even just that he's within the final year. He's literally got months left. Like they're not going to get that money for him. They would have to sell him now, or otherwise they're going to lose out. And it looks like they're going to lose out.
Yeah. No, they're not going to get 38 million. It's like Aston Villa ain't getting 40 million for bloody Douglas Luiz.
No, they're not.
Like I don't know why teams take the wholesale P out of Arsenal, and we let it happen, don't we? We let it.
It's true.
Yeah, we give our players away for free, but when we want players, we got to pay a premium. I think when clubs see Arsenal come in, they're like, right, let's put the Arsenal tax on it. It's mad, absolutely mad. I guess we'll just have to wait and see with the transfers. Albert, what have you made of the start to the season? Let's talk about the things that has been positive and the start to the season. Winning five games on the bounce. Were you there last night? Did you go?
Dan, I was there, my friend. I was there. First thing I must say, and I definitely want to get your opinion on this as well. The atmosphere at the Emirates, for as long as I've been going to that stadium, is best. It's the best I've seen for a very, very long time.
I'd agree with that. The atmosphere is absolute quality.
Whether it be the Ashburton Army boys or just the general feel around the ground, the number of songs Arsenal fans have made up about the players, I'm losing count. It is a much better atmosphere to go to and watch games. In terms of the actual game itself, mate, and the start to the season, I thought Arsenal for the first 45 minutes, I thought it was excellent. I think there's very unfortunate to go in at half-time just 1-0. I don't think we let Villa out there half. It was incisive football. It was great one touch, two touch, give and goes. Great play from the wide guys. And defensively, we will continue to get better. I said it from last season. But yeah, 5 wins out of 5, man. That was our best start since I think it said 18 years, I think, to Premiership season start. So I think that tells you everything you need to know, to be honest with you. But yeah, mate, listen, this time last season, we lost the first 3 games. Fast forward to this season, won the first 5. I said Arsenal would get 13 points out of 15. I thought the points we would not get a victory, we would not get a win was the first game of the season against Palace, but we buried that myth. And listen, one thing that I've been pleased with Arsenal in the first 5 games is we're starting games better. Not just starting games better, we're actually getting the goals to go into half times ahead, 1-0, 2-0, whatever the scoreline may be, but we're starting games better. But I think if I was nitpicking, the goals we've conceded this season have been mistakes, which needs to be ironed out and will be ironed out, because Mikel Arteta will not be happy with the goals that we've conceded. Although we've got 2 clean sheets in between. Yeah, that's one thing I nitpick, and obviously just being a bit more ruthless. It sounds mad saying that, winning 5 games on the spin, but yeah, we've had an opportunity to, you know, with the likes of playing. We played Fulham. I thought the first half was pretty good, and obviously yesterday, and like I said, we started games very, very well. So that's a massive positive. But listen, mate, it's only 5 games in, so there's always things to work on. But I've been very encouraged by what I've seen.
Yeah. Do you know, I look on it as well, and the togetherness between the fans and the players has been the closest it's ever been for a
100%.
long time. And you know, when players do make mistakes, the fans aren't getting on the players' backs. You know, it's a supportive kind of, oh, well, you made a mistake, but we're right behind you, instead of Jesus Christ, we've been seeing this same crap for decades. Do you know what I mean? And I do genuinely feel that this group of players, you genuinely care what happens on the pitch to these group of players. I know we always talk about, listen, doesn't matter if the team's playing poorly or well, you still support the team, but this feels like something different.
It does.
I get your point. The mistakes, we do need to iron them out. You know, and I think we will. The thing that I like is that when we concede a goal, our first thought is to get up the other end and score, and we've not had that for a long time. You know, we saw it against Leicester. Leicester kept scoring, and we just kept coming back and scoring, and eventually we kind of outscored Leicester. And then yesterday, and the same with the Fulham game. And actually, I said at the Fulham, you know, during the Fulham game, when we went 1-0 down, I said, right, this is a different test for this Arsenal side, because we've not had it all our own way, and Fulham gave us a really good game. And I thought, right, how can we respond to not having it all our own way? Because let's be honest, in the Leicester game, the Bournemouth game, and the Palace game, we kind of had it all our way in terms of the rub of the green. But the Fulham game, we didn't have it all our own way. And we responded really well. And again, yesterday, the goal we conceded was a bit kind of
from a corner. Yes, mad.
Yeah, we've got to do better there. But the response from that, it wasn't letting our heads drop. It was actually, right, come on, anything you can do, we can do better. And we've done it. And we got over the line. Obviously, a massive test on Sunday against Man United. I know Man United are struggling at the moment, but for me, we've always struggled at Old Trafford. If we can go there and get a win, if we can go to Old Trafford and get a win, which I do think we can do, I think on paper we're far better than this Man United side right now. They're an absolute shambles, but it's Man United are getting. They're having a little bit of a
purple patch in it,
where they're starting to come out of they're starting to get over the first couple of games, and as much as they're struggling, it's kind of a dangerous time to be playing Man United, because we can either go there and we can beat them, or they can be on such a high after beating Liverpool. You know, the first home game back since they've beaten Liverpool. They could come out and they could, you know, everyone could be up for it. So it's a really dangerous time playing Man United. How do you see this one going, this Man United game?
You made some good points. I think, was it? I don't know if I got this right. You might know, Daniel, people in chat. I think we've won there only twice in the league since 08. Is it 08 or 06? It's not a good record, man, at OT. It's awful, actually, to be honest. Was it the Adebayor goal, and you had the Aubameyang goal a few seasons ago? But yeah, our record there is not great. But I think the thing that's kind of really been a bit of a bugbear of mine when we play United away in recent years is, even when under Emery, Arteta, we've been due to go there, Daniel, mate, and give them a pummeling, and we haven't done it.
Yeah,
and it bothers me, because I think I'm not saying it to be disrespectful to Man United, because listen, we're not Man United fans, but having seen them play in the last few years, it's not the United sides of the past, put it that way. But Sunday's going to be interesting, mate. I think I actually have that game down as a draw, just because our record there's horrendous. But as you make the point, mate, last season, a few seasons ago, and obviously the game coming on Sunday, we're due to go there and get a win, man. And when I say a win, a convincing win. But listen, they're buoyed by a bit of confidence, obviously beating Liverpool and following up with a win against Southampton. So it's set up for a really, really good game, mate. And I wouldn't expect to see too many changes really with Arsenal going into that game. So yeah, I'm not nervous. I'm just the record's just it's in my thoughts and it's in my head. I can't ignore it. Our record there's hopeless, to be honest with you. So
yeah, no, we need to go there and pummel them at least 4-0.
It's true. You're right.
We owe them, after the 8-2 bloody debacle all them years ago. We owe them a good hiding, and now is the perfect time to give them a good hiding. We do need to just go there and just they do. Man United are due a good hiding off us. We owe them a good hiding.
What are you saying? What's your sort of gut feeling about the game, man?
I think we'll go there and win. I'd be happy if we won it 2-1. If we come out there and we won 2-1, I'll be happy with that. I want to keep this winning going. Do you know what I mean?
Nice,
I'll be very disappointed if the first game we lost was to Man United. I know this sounds really maybe ambitious, Albert, but I actually think we should be winning all our games up until that Tottenham game. And then that Tottenham game, obviously, it's going to be tricky because Spurs. But even then, I still think we could. I think we should be aiming for wins up until that Tottenham game. And then we're really going to know about this side from October, because we have Tottenham, Liverpool, and Man City. If we can come out of those games with respectable results, if we lose against Man City, if we come out of those games only losing to Man City, I'll be relatively happy with that, because I think Liverpool, we can beat them. They don't look all that great this season. Spurs, I think they never play well at the Emirates, so I think that's in our favour. Good point. We always seem to get the rub of the green at the Emirates. It's just that Man City game. I don't see how, as much as we did well against them in New Year's Day, I don't see how we stop Haaland unless you just unless you just put Ben White, Saliba, and Zinchenko all on in Haaland, and then just try and not to get the. I've always said the way to stop Haaland is if you keep the ball from getting to him and try and stop the supply. Because I do think, as good as Haaland's been, I do think when he comes up a team that gets really physical with Haaland, I do actually think he will struggle. Yeah. I think it's all well and good scoring a hat-trick against, the teams like Palace and Nottingham Forest. But I do think if you have a really physical team and you have someone that roughs up Haaland, I'm not necessarily saying that we're the team to do that, but I'm just saying if you've got somebody to rough up Haaland and stop him from playing, essentially, I do think you can. I do think you can. You can stop him. I've seen something and I know I don't want to harp on about this too much, but I know going back to the Community Shield, I did see some vulnerabilities to Haaland's game, and I know he wasn't at his best then, but I did see that there are strikers that are goal scorers, and he is an out and out goal scorer. There's always vulnerabilities to their game because they don't necessarily have the all round play as well as being an out and out goal scorer. You usually either have one or the other, and I don't see that with Haaland. I don't see as if he was like, I'm not saying, I don't want to compare him to Jesus because obviously he's better than Jesus. But when you look at Jesus, he has the all-round play to his game, not just the goal scoring. And maybe that's why he doesn't score as many goals as probably he should, Jesus, because he gets himself in all the right positions. Whereas Haaland, he's just a goal scorer.
Finisher.
He's just a finisher. And I do generally think if you're playing to get him on the ball and to make him finish, then you can keep him out of the game. The problem is that Man City have got so many players that can supply him. You try and shut down one, then somebody else will do it, and you can't shut them all down. So I do think that is going to be a tricky game. And I was saying earlier, Albert, to Mo as well, that the thing that worries me is that when you're playing a team like Man City, you're going to need to be on it for 90 minutes. And at the moment, as good as we are, and we've been brilliant, we've not been on it for 90 minutes. We've had periods in the game where we've made mistakes. Yes, we've come back, and against the lesser teams, you're going to get away with that. But against a team like Man City, you're going to need to be switched on for 90 minutes. We're going to need a performance like we did on New Year's Day. Because I do generally believe if we play like that on New Year's Day, with the additions that we've got, we could beat Man City. I genuinely think that. I think if we put in that kind of performance, and we're going to need that kind of performance, we're going to need to go to war with Man City. And that's the way to beat them. But I haven't seen that yet this season. I'd like to see us do that against the lesser team for 90 minutes before we take on a Man City.
Yeah, I think 2 points in regards to sort of City and the other teams. That game's away, right? I think it is the first game anyway. Yeah, because I'm going to the home
Man
game.
City.
Yeah.
No, it's at home.
Well, I'll be at that game. Good. So
it's at home.
Yeah,
we've got Tottenham at home, Liverpool at home, and Man City at home, and we've got Leeds away. Is the only one. I think it's the only away game that we got.
Yeah. So in terms of, yes. I was saying because like last few seasons, I kind of said one thing I also want to see with Arsenal this season and seasons before, to be fair, is I want us to go away from home and put up a better fist of it against the other top sort of 5 sides. Listen, we've got no divine right to go and win at Old Trafford or Etihad or Anfield, but we need to go there and get wins. I'm not saying it's easy, but we need to make a statement. There's statement wins. It's not about winning the league or top 4. It's statement wins and making your intent known. So that's the first thing. In terms of the games coming up, I think we've got the block of 5, haven't we? So we've got United, Everton, Brentford, and Tottenham. I believe that's right. Yeah. So someone asked me, they said to me, what do you think Arsenal's points return will be? I said 13, which is quite high. I thought we'd get a point against United. We beat Everton. We get a point at Brentford. And I said we'd beat Tottenham. I've missed that fixture there somewhere, but I think our home record against Spurs is brilliant. The problem is when we go away from home. So so I do fancy us to beat them. Be good. Still trying to get a ticket for that game, man. But hopefully I'll get one. But I think I take it sort of in blocks, innit? I think the Brentford game is going to be tough, though. Brentford away is going to be tough. Believe me, as well as the standout games playing against the Tottenhams and the Man Uniteds. But Brentford away is going to be tough. But Everton, I don't fear, not because it's an arrogance thing, but what I saw last season, I did think they'd be in for a tough season this season, and I do see us. I'd be very surprised if we didn't win that game against Everton. But it'd be interesting to see what we get in the next 5 games, there, mate. To be fair,
we owe Brentford a hiding as well. To be fair, we owe them. There's a lot of teams we owe a hiding. And again, Everton's a home game as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think most of our away games are after the World Cup, which surprisingly is probably a decent thing. But listen, I think what's going to be tough as well is because we've got Europa League right in the middle of all those big games as well. And that's the problem, isn't it? We're going to this test is going to be massive tests, and we need a squad that
100.
can.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need a squad that can stand up to these tests. Still not heard any more news on this Douglas Luiz thing. I think it's I don't know what's going on. We're at that stage of the window where there's only a few hours to go, so Arsenal need to decide whether to stick or twist. But I'd be very surprised if they don't have another player lined up. If this doesn't happen,
Yeah,
because we need reinforcements. We need bodies.
we do, mate. That's the thing. We don't want a repeat of not even just even if I look past the January transfer window, just you saw towards the end of last season in the penultimate games, whether that be through squad depth or experience, we did blow it. We don't want that to happen again. We don't want the same thing to happen again come this time this season. We can't afford that to happen. We need to get back into the Champions League, 100%. Yeah,
we need to get in the Champions League. Which brings me on to my next point. What would be a good season for you, Albert?
Ooh, well, I like silverware, so that the trophy would be nice. But yeah, I think. Listen, for me, I think Arsenal is top four, man. I know people say that, obviously, if you win the Europa League, you get a Champions League spot, which is true. But I'm old enough to remember that our European record isn't that great, people, unfortunately, to win only 2 European trophies. So Mikel Arteta would be doing a massive thing if he's to pull that off, and not only get a trophy, but obviously get us back into the Champions League. So we're good enough to get it via the league, and I only say that, Daniel, because obviously what we've done in the window. If we hadn't done what we've done in the window, I wouldn't say that. I'd be say, the last 2 seasons have kind of shown us that we might not be able to get Champions League via the league, and Europa League is our best bet. But I'm a lot more buoyed by obviously some of the players that have come into the club. Some of the guys that have been here for the last couple of years that have had some time to settle into the league and obviously form partnerships within the squad. So that's a good thing. But listen, get me a trophy and get me top 4 and I'll be happy, man.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Although, I think a lot of people, it's too early to say, we're going to be the ones to challenge Man City. I think I'd love it, and I would absolutely love it. And hypothetically, if it happened and we fell short, then ultimately you're going to have a good season, because you're not going to challenge Man City and then end up out the top 4. Those two things don't go hand in hand. But I just think when all these games start kicking in, we're not going to fall away, but our 100% Premier League record is not going to stay for long.
No, it won't.
As much as I'd like it to, and as much as I'd love it to, and as long as we keep on winning games, that's all good. I think for us as well, the things I take away from last season is cutting down the losses, because we had, I think it was 12 defeats.
Yeah.
And cutting out the draws. So if we can cut out the draws, which we seem to be doing, we seem to be winning games and not dropping points. So we need to cut down the defeats. And right now we're doing that at the moment.
No, I said to Tom on Green Talk Team on his channel, I said, I made a bold statement, Daniel. I said Arsenal would get more clean sheets this season in the Premier League than last season. It's gonna be tough. We've got 2 already. Got 2. He's find another 11 more. It can happen. Trust me. I've got a feeling. Listen, I think the key thing for me was that defense had a season to play together, irrespective of what we've done in the league. Yeah, it fizzled out at the end, but they've had a season to play together. We've brought Saliba back. We brought Saliba into that mix as well. So continuity is going to be built. And listen, that will breed more clean sheets. Believe me, trust me.
Yeah, definitely. I think it will. I think it will. Honestly, I honestly think it will. How many goals this season do you think Gabriel Jesus will get?
Ooh, I mean, for the player that I've seen in the last few seasons in the Premier League, what he's shown in the preseason and the start of the season, I could see him hitting 20 Premier League goals. That's just Premier League
Yeah.
goals, by the way. Wherever he gets in other competitions, look, we're not going to complain as Arsenal fans. But if you're talking to me in terms of Premier League, I can see him hitting 20. I definitely can. With the creativity in our side now and the fluidity, the way the football's been played at the moment, I can see him getting 20, mate.
Yeah, 20. I said right when the season starts, I said I want to see him get 20 to 25 because I think he's quite capable of that.
Very capable. Yeah, he is. It's go on, bro.
I think he's capable of that. I really do.
No, I do. No, I do as well. I think, like I said, I say to people, look, it's not if you've watched. Listen, I've always said this, right? I think with sections of our fan base, I'm not sure how many of them watch football just outside of watching Arsenal. So, but then, like I said, with someone like Jesus, he's been in the league a long time for you to see what type of player he is and what he could bring. And the biggest difference is him coming to Arsenal is he's the main man. He's spearheading our attacks. He wasn't that at Man City. He scored goals for City, don't get me wrong. And City fans speak very well of him. And Pep did pick him in the big games, and he's got a good press. But listen, he knows how to score goals. He can score goals. Let's be honest, he can. Like I said, he come to Arsenal as the main man up front, and that's a massive confidence boost for him. And I think that could lead in turn. He's hungry. He's hungry, man. And you get that. I don't know what it is with South American players, with Brazilians, Argentinians, Chileans. They're just built different, Daniel, man. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just the mentality and just the fighting spirit. But yeah, I think because he's come to Arsenal as the main man, that's a big difference.
The other thing about Gabriel Jesus, which a lot of people don't realise as well, and I think they're only realising this at Arsenal, is that he makes other players look better around him. So, you look at the likes of Martinelli. Martinelli's, let's not forget, that's 3 goals this season he scored.
Should have had
and
4.
we're only 5 games. Is it 3 or 4? I think he
should have had 4 when he had that chance against Bournemouth, but we scored from it anyway.
Yeah. So he's making other players around him look better, and I think that's a good thing. I think yesterday he could have at least had 2 or 3. Should have had 2 or 3.
He should have done, yeah.
Yeah, he should have had 2 or 3. But I think that's what a lot of Arsenal fans don't realise about him, is that he makes other players look better. And we need that. And I've always said as well with Jesus, the main man title suits him because he's the main man. He's a big fish in a small pond. He's not a little fish in a big pond of big fishes, like he was at Man City. And also he's being played in his correct position. He's not just being shunted out wide.
Now, you make a good point because, I look at the link, even in the few games you started in terms of the link-up play with him and Martinelli, it will only get better, actually, because you saw a lot of good combination play with the likes of Bukayo Saka and Martin Odegaard last season, and you've seen a little bits of it this season. I think you got the same thing on the opposite side with Gabriel and Martinelli. And like I said, you add Zinchenko to the mix as well. We've got some good footballers in this team, and that's why it's no coincidence that what we've seen in terms of the football in the first 5 games is a lot better than what we've seen in recent years. It's no coincidence at all.
No, it isn't. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The way that I feel like as well, when you look at the front three, our front three, there's a balance to it. Martinelli, Saka last season, you look at the front three, and then it didn't quite gel. You add Jesus, Martinelli, Jesus, and Saka. They just look brilliant. They just look on the same page. then you add Zinchenko into that mix, and he complements where he's playing.
Yeah.
You just see a bit more balance to the side, don't you? And you think, with injuries now, we can bring Tomiyasu off the bench, we can bring Tierney off the bench, quality players. I want to ask you a couple of things because we're in the last 10 minutes of the hour.
No worries, bro.
So I want to ask you, are you worried about this constant injury for Thomas Partey? Are you concerned at all that this again is another injury, and it seems to be the same reoccurring thigh injury that he's had? Is that a concern for you? And do you think maybe Arsenal have missed a trick in terms of bringing in a midfielder, an actual top quality midfielder? The argument earlier was made about maybe we should have got Basuma.
Yeah, listen. It's like I said to you at the top line of the show. I think for me, what I didn't want, and it's not a disrespect to the midfield quartet that's at the club now, but I just wanted to see another person in there. I just don't think sustainability wise going through the course of the season that our midfield's enough. So that is what would disappoint me coming into the transfer window if we don't get somebody over the line in terms of a central midfield position. So that would be a big disappointment for me personally. In regards to Thomas Partey, it's what I kind of said before, mate. Just what concerns me is the fact that he's had a pre-season, which he didn't have when he first came to us. And I mean, even going back to last season, he's already, I think in total games he missed for Arsenal is in like the early to mid 30s. He's when he's Atletico Madrid, he said 4 to 6 games in about 5 years. So it's a massive concern for me if I'm being brutally honest. Yes, I'm happy with the opening 5 wins, the good football I'm seeing, but the season isn't done in September, is it? It's done in May, and we've got a long way to go, mate. So it's
all well and good starting well, but if you don't do the business at the business end of the season, that's when it really matters.
Yeah, 100%, man. So yeah, it's a concern, mate. I'm not going to sit here and lie because it is.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, mate. I 100% agree with you. The other question I want to ask you is, do you think Ben White should remain at right back, or do you think we should bring Tomiyasu in? Because he's done a decent job there. I'm all for not breaking up a winning team, and I would stand by that. But where do you stand on the Ben White at right back?
I mean, he can obviously play there as a fill-in, but that's my key point. It's the latter. It's the fill-in. It's not his position. So ultimately, as well as he's done in that position, I think long term you'd be looking to bring Tomiyasu back into that position. Whether or not when he integrates him or not back into that position, Tomiyasu or Arteta, would be another thing to be seen. But Ben White's done okay. He's done all right. He's done okay. He's tried to give us something offensively. Defensively, for me, he's been good. He cops a lot of, for me, unnecessary flack from sections of our fan base, which I really don't understand. Because Saliba's back now, so what's your problem now? They're both in the same team, so go figure that one, mate. I'm not sure, but for the moment, I think Ben White will keep his place. I'm assuming Tomiyasu's back to some relatively good fitness, otherwise he wouldn't have come on a sub in the last couple of games. But I think what Tomiyasu adds to us as well is height. He won a lot of aerial duels last season, and that's no coincidence because he's very good at what he does when he's in the air, and interceptions. So listen, it's a good problem to have, Daniel. That's what I will say.
Yeah, no, definitely. It is a very good option to have. It's a very good problem to have.
Yeah.
I think Arteta alluded it into the press conference. He was like, "Yeah, this is a very good problem to have." He said, "I'd
Exactly.
rather have this problem than the other problem of injuries and not enough players."
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, Albert, we're approaching the 8 p.m. hour. Listen, mate, I want to thank you for coming on. Really appreciate you giving up your time and coming on this evening. I just want to give you a chance to let people know where they can find you.
Yeah, Daniel, much love, brother, man. No, it's a pleasure to come on, man. It's been a while. It's been coming a while, but no, it's great to come on, particularly last deadline day, man. Keep up the amazing work on your channel, mate. Keep it up, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. No, cheers,
Awesome.
mate. Thanks for
But,
coming on.
yeah.
Just let people know where they can find you, mate.
Yeah, people, Albert JTV, come and check me out. I've got my weekly surgery show. I've got my life story show, which Daniel's been on, is a fantastic guest. Yeah, more content to come, whether it be fan cams, vlogs, whatever, man. But people, come and check me out and subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, guys, go and check out Albert. Like I say, guys, we keep it moving. We got the next coming on at 8 p.m. Do you know what? It's just the rolling thing, mate. But Albert, listen, mate, thanks for coming on. I'll definitely get you back on. We'll definitely do another show together at some point.
Yeah, no worries, bro. Catch up soon, man. Take care, man.
Yeah,
Great show.
catch up soon. Cheers, Albert.
Man.
Cheers.
Bye.
So there you go, guys. The thoughts of Albert. We are at 3 minutes to 8. Let's have a look at the transfer news. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at all these transfer news, guys. Not a lot's going on. Trying to have a look at Twitter. Bear with me. Not a lot going on, mate. So yeah, guys, put it down in the comments section below if there's any news. Like I say, we got Dell coming on at 8 or just after 8. Yeah, Dell would just be coming on just after 8, so stay tuned for him, guys. Apologies if you can hear the noise in the background. My wife is in the other room. So yeah, get your comments in and I'll read some of these comments out. So yeah, get your comments in, guys. I'll read a few of them out before the next guest comes on. Yeah, before the next guest comes on. Let's have a look. So yeah, do smash the like button, do smash the subscribe button. Yeah, bear with me one sec, guys. I just got to go and shut the door. Yeah, I'm just shutting the door. I'm just shutting the door because they can hear you. Right, guys, back in the building. So yeah, do smash the like button, guys. Do smash the subscribe button. Yeah, do smash the subscribe. And if you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe. So yeah, if you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button and do put your comments in. It's currently so we're 2 minutes past 8, guys. Let's have a look here. Bear with me one sec, guys. So yeah, guys, let's have a look. Just waiting to see what happens, guys. Yeah, we're just waiting to see what happens. Keep refreshing the old Twitter, checking it, but not a lot's going on, guys. So Arsenal have bid 26 million, and apparently it's been accepted. Yeah, so apparently Arsenal's bid 26 million. Apparently it's been accepted. Let's have a look here. So yeah, the news is that apparently the £26 million bid has been accepted. So we'll have to wait and see. That's the latest news. But yeah, do smash the like button, guys, and do hit the subscribe button. Like I said, Dell will be coming on very, very shortly. And then George will be coming on, and then Fergus, and then it'll just be about time after that to bring the show to a close. So yeah, lots and lots of 3 more great guests coming on, and then we'll bring the show to a close. But yeah, do smash the like button, guys. Do smash the subscribe button. It's so important. It really does help the channel grow. Yeah, it really, really does help the channel grow. So please, please hit the share button as well. Honestly, didn't think we'll get anyone today, so good news. Douglas Luiz deal done then. Dan's wife on the megaphone. Mate, she's loud. She shouts when she's on the phone. But yeah, do smash the like button, guys. Would really appreciate it. Congrats on getting Louise and Arsenal fans. Looks like we might have landed Louise according to Talk Sports, says Steve, the Arsenal misfit. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right, mate. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely might be right. Now it's just waiting to see when it gets confirmed, because that's it. I'm not going to rest easily until it gets confirmed. Until he's holding the Arsenal shirt. I never lose my shit until a player's holding the Arsenal shirt, and even then, I won't be losing my shit. So we just have to wait and see what happens, don't we? Whether it happens or not. But I don't think we can lose our shit, guys. I really don't. Don't think we gotta be cautious. So yeah, hopefully it comes on. Hopefully it comes on and he's an Arsenal player. Still think we need more than one player though. So there's conflicting reports suggesting that we've not made a third bid. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. So yeah, not a lot's happening. So there's conflicting reports, guys. Yeah, there's been conflicting reports. Yeah, there's been conflicting reports. I wouldn't lose my shit over it, guys, if I'm being honest. there's been conflicting reports about the Douglas Luiz news, so I wouldn't get excited just yet. Let's bring in my next guest. Dale.
What's the crack? What's the bleeding story, Danny boy? You
What's
well?
going on? What's going on, Dale? I was waiting for that intro. I was like, I'm going to see if he does it. What's the bleeding crack?
I didn't want to speak over you there, so I just says I'll wait, and then I said, you know what, fuck it, we're going with it.
you do realise that's your trademark now. Everyone on Twitter like, Dales, what's the bleeding crack?
I'll have to trademark that. I don't know how to do it. I have to. What do you do? Trademark it or whatever it is. I don't know.
Yeah. Just file a trademark. Like, this is my sale. What's the crack? What's the bleeding story? We'll be waiting for them T-shirts to come out on your channel. You know, the membership. What's the bleeding crack T-shirts? You know?
You're giving me great ideas here, mate.
Oh, I see your channel was going brilliant as well. I saw your the videos where you're by the pool and all that.
Yeah.
living the life, mate. Living the life.
That's it. I was over in Barcelona. I was in Salou, and I just says, do you know what? I'll do a stream here, and stuff like that, because you know yourself, you have to keep active or something like that, or people think you disappear off the planet of the earth, you know. So that's basically it.
Yeah, definitely. Dal, what have you made of the Arsenal?
Yeah, like, you know, I suppose the way that, look, you know, I've been getting a lot of stick, which is good, and I'm happy about that, because that means that Arteta's doing well, Arsenal are doing well, you know. But like, I'm still, like, the type of person I am is I like to go on Arsenal, when I'm talking about Arsenal, go under the radar, get our sort of business done, and like, you know, kick on and not have too much eye on us, if you know what I mean. And like, the eye is definitely on us because we've played 5 games, we've won 5 games, and everyone are there now. Oh, hold on, Arsenal are a threat. And what I mean by that is Sunday. You know, you've been around a long time, like myself. You were around for the rivalry of United and Arsenal, and I'm sure they will want to stop our winning run. You know, if it's a defeat or a draw or whatever, they stopped us when the Invincibles that time. Wayne Rooney scored a debatable goal. I remember. It was actually, I think, what was it, in Old Trafford, or it could have been Highbury. But they certainly, Old Trafford, yeah. We were wearing the blue jersey, if I remember. But it was a few debatable goals. It was a brilliant game, by the way. But a few things went United's way. But yeah, I certainly, especially after the Liverpool United game when they turned over Liverpool, it was like just flicking a switch. You know, we were all saying United are useless this season. They're fucking shit and everything like that. But once they bet Liverpool, it certainly changed things around. I was there on no. And the first thing I done when they did beat Liverpool was, I hope we're playing them in the Emirates. Please be the Emirates. Then I checked it. No, it's Old Trafford,
isn't it? Yeah, Old Trafford. Our record at Old Trafford is shit.
It's mate, it's
diabolical. I'm still having nightmares. I'm still having nightmares about the 8-2. Do you know what I mean? I'm still honestly.
Yeah, big time.
We owe Man United a hiding. We really do. We owe that.
You know, like from last season with Carrick in charge. You know, and I was there. We will win this game. I was full sure we would. And no, Michael Carrick outsmarted Arteta or whatever. I don't know what it was that day. He riled them up and got them going, and they got the win. Fair enough. But I'm especially worried now with these players. This Anthony guy, I've seen 1 or 2 bits and pieces of him. He seems to be very fast. You know, I'm hoping our defence will be able to handle him if he gets his game. You know, I'm sure he's fit enough to play, and they'll have him registered in time for tomorrow. I think it's midday or something. They have to have their team sort of in their squad or whatever. So I'm sure he'll get a run around on Sunday anyway against us. It's just going to be very interesting to see who we get. And sort of look, we'll get on to that if you don't mind. I'd like to know your thoughts on Luiz.
Douglas Luiz.
Yeah,
Do you know the thing is, though, right? I sit here and I say the thing with Douglas Luiz, he wouldn't be my first choice, but because of the recruitment that we've done this summer, and we've done some really good business, you know, with Zinchenko and Jesus. Obviously, we've not had a look at Vieira yet. Marquinhos, it looks pretty decent. Although I'd like to see a bit more of him before I make a firm judgment on that. Matt Turner's probably the obvious one where you could probably question and say, is that really a good signing for us? Again, I'd like to see more of him to make a proper judgment. But that set aside, the business that we've done, we've addressed areas that we've needed, and we've not just addressed them with crap. We've addressed them with players that actually improves our squad. So for me, Douglas Luiz is not my first choice. But having said that, if he comes in and does a job and he's good for us, then I'll happily take it, because you know, if we have aspirations of winning the title, obviously maybe not this season, but in a few seasons' time, we're building a squad to maybe challenge for the title, which is ultimately where we want to be. Otherwise, there's just no point to any of this so-called process. And in a title-winning side, there's always members of your squad that's a squad player, but not necessarily. They're not going to come in and set the world alight, but they're going to come in and do a job for you in moments during the season. You know, the obvious case in point, you look at James Milner at Liverpool. He's not really a great player, but he still comes in and does a job for that Liverpool side. So I look at it that we do need squad depth, and as long as we're not bringing in crap, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, I have to 100% agree. I just want to say hello to Mr. B and Stephen there just before I go on. Stephen must be a fella from Cork. Big up to you, pal. And Mr. B. But yeah, like I agree with you 100%, because even looking last night on the bench, I was just like, and I've been moaning on about it on my channel. I'm there like, look, our first 11 is really, really impressive. You know what I mean? I have to say it's right up there, but it's just the bench, and when we get injury or two like El Neni and like Partey, like, you know, this is what sort of frightens me a bit. Especially for the United game, I think we need Thomas Partey big time, like, you know, in Old Trafford, you know. And if I can remember the last time, I know we lost against when we were Michael Carrick, that game when we lost them. But Partey, if I can remember rightly, he did play good that game, you know. And I just think that's what United will sort of play. It'll you know, our midfield is going to be called into a lot. And I'm liking, and I have to say, I'm always moaning about Xhaka, and I'm always moaning about him, but he has started the league brilliant. The other night, the first half, he was outstanding. He was brilliant.
Yeah.
His passing, he was going forward. His defensive work, he was everywhere in the pitch the first half. I just could not believe it. I was just there like watching it and going, is that Xhaka actually defending? And then next thing, another minute later, he's up attacking, he's shooting. I was just like, that's the player we want to see. You know, so impressive. Yeah. And like,
let me ask you this about Xhaka, though, because this comes up a lot. So has Xhaka, and I'm going to ask the question, I'm going to play devil's advocate here because it's a very good question to ask. Has Xhaka really improved, or is the players around him just has sort of taken his ability, his mistakes away? His mistakes aren't being highlighted with the players around him, like Zinchenko, Partey, and you know, I'm not going to take nothing away. Xhaka's had a brilliant start to the season because he's changed his position, but I just worry that when you take the key components around Xhaka out the team, like Partey, Zinchenko, then the old Granit Xhaka, the ticking time bomb, and I call Granit Xhaka the ticking time bomb because he is a ticking time bomb. In a game that matters, he is going to fuck up. He's going to do something absolutely ridiculous. Against lesser teams, he's okay, but as soon as you put him up against a Haaland, he'll probably do a madness and bloody wrestle him to the ground and get sent off, because that's the kind of player Granit Xhaka is. Yeah, the one thing I will say about Granit Xhaka is last night there was a moment in the game where he went in for a tackle and he pulled out of the tackle as if to say, Jesus Christ, I can't do this now, otherwise I'll be sent off.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like I'm still a bit with Granit Xhaka. I'm still a bit. I think I'll always be a little bit hesitant with Granit Xhaka because he is a ticking time bomb.
Like, he is a fucking bollocks. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't like, like, I'm just saying because like last season, the amount of stick that I gave him, the whole captain's armband thing, like you said there, the sending off, the stupid tackles, he is a ticking time bomb. Like, but I want to give him credit because, like what you said there, the tackle he pulled out of, like, has he learned something? Or, like, is it the players around him? I probably think it is the players around him, because they've probably improved them, and like, experienced players. And I'm going to call Jesus and Zinchenko experienced. They've won the Premier League, You don't just win that for nothing.
No.
They've probably had a word with him, and so said, there's no need to do these silly tackles, and he probably looked at it himself. I'm sure they're all on social media. They hear, like, YouTube channels and whatever the media says about them. And he's probably, like, Arteta probably has pulled them aside and just gone, look, because he's one of the leaders this year, Jesus, Xhaka and Odegaard, and he's probably pulled them aside and just gone, look, mate, there's no need for you to be doing these silly tackles, to be doing these, like, headless chicken runs into fucking corners, or, like, pulling someone down, getting silly yellow cards. Maybe the penny has finally dropped and he's there going, yeah, I need to cop on a bit. But as you said, the players around you make you better as well. Like, I manage an under 11s team now, and we had to, like, I had to do trials and all with the kids, and I've kept, say, 80% of them that I had last year. But I've got other players in this year. They went through the trials, and they were brilliant players that we've added. But now I can see the team that I had last year, some of the other players are now improving because there's better players around you. And this is the whole thing that it goes down to exactly what you said there a few minutes ago is, let's say the players on the bench, there's no point in signing, just for the sake of signing a player. And we're at the transfer window now. Is Douglas Luiz? We have to buy someone quick. We need a midfielder. Just get him in. Remember Kim Kallstrom? You remember him? He had a broken back. You know what I mean? And at the time we were short in midfield. It was like, just sign fucking any midfielder. Anyone will do. Because the player had a broken back when we signed him. I don't want that I'd rather have no one than that. And a big shout out as well to Lokonga as well. Sambi Lokonga played good last night. And last year when he was thrown under the bus big time, when at the time, who was it? I think Xhaka was injured, or Partey was injured. Xhaka was suspended, and we had Maitland-Niles went off to Rome. We'd no one in midfield, and they threw Sambi Lokonga in winter time. We're going. Remember, we played Nottingham Forest, and we went on. Then I think it was Liverpool we played after that or something like that. And the young guy was thrown in, and I thought he'd never get back from that. And what I mean by that is, like, his confidence was gone because he got absolutely roasted in about 2 or 3 games that he was in, and that could have affected him big time. But it hasn't. He's come on. He's progressed. I thought he done okay last night. He done a job what we needed done. But is he the answer for going into the rest of the season? No, he's not. So, like, I'm a bit upset that we haven't got Tielemans, to be honest with you, because he's a midfielder proven in the Premier League that we do need as well. And I don't think, maybe you might have heard more. I don't think there's any movement on that yet.
No.
It-
It's certainly an interesting one. I just think I don't know with Granit Xhaka. I don't know. I guess it's because I've seen so many bloody shit moments from Granit Xhaka. I guess I'm always of the opinion you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
I'd like to. I look at Granit Xhaka and I just think he's part of the problem, and I do generally think that he does ultimately need replacing. Is it going to happen? No, obviously not this season because he's part of Arteta's leadership group. But listen, only time will tell with Granit Xhaka. For me, Granit Xhaka, if he messes up this season, that's got to be it for him. And I look at the same with Thomas Partey as well. If he keeps getting injured, then I think after this season we need to go. Do you know what? Maybe we need an upgrade on the midfield, an upgrade on him, because you look at the age profile of both Granit Xhaka and Thomas Partey. They're not going to be around for much longer because they're 29, nearly 30. We're going to need to start looking at replacing them, especially when you look at the whole age profile of the squad. They're all young players, so it's not really going to... We need to fit in. We need to get some better players around him.
See, look, Liverpool are finding it hard to get a midfielder. Now, I'm not like defending Xhaka here or anything like that. I would have, last season, happily have seen him out the door. But is there a shortage of sort of that midfielder position? Liverpool are going after your man Arthur Melo. He's another player that we were linked with. Is this one of these positions that there's just there's a shortage of them everywhere? The defensive midfielder, there's been a shortage of them for we haven't really replaced Patrick Vieira. You know what I mean? They're hard to come by, and they are to win a league, you do need a rock solid defensive midfielder sitting around there. But I just think with Douglas Luiz, look, he is going to be a good signing. The first corner kick he took last night was absolutely woeful, but the second one he took for the goal was absolutely unbelievable. Where can you see him fitting in, or does he get a game? Would you start him ahead of the likes of Odegaard, or where do you put him?
Sorry, I missed what player you were talking about there. What player?
Yeah, Douglas Luiz off
Douglas Luiz. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Douglas Luiz for me, he's not a starter, but he's a squad player. So I would bench him as soon as he comes in. Just because I don't think he gets in over our starting 11. Obviously at the moment now that Thomas Partey's injured, he definitely gets in maybe over Lokonga. I feel a bit sorry for Lokonga. I feel a bit sorry for Lokonga because I genuinely, as a holding midfielder, as that number 6, I don't think Lokonga. I think Lokonga's better as a number 8 with a proper number 6 around him. So I do think Lokonga is better when he's further forward up the pitch, supplying the attackers rather than trying to be the holding player. And I think that's where he's being misused.
I thought he would have went to out on loan this year to Burnley because Vincent Kompany is the manager there, and he had him in was it Anderlecht or the whatever Belgian club he came from, and he highly rates him, and I thought that and it wouldn't have done him any harm going to Burnley in the Championship and giving him a lot of game time there, and really welcome him into English football. But it's look, we're always linked with all these players, and like how many players have we been linked with this season? Like, you know, even the January transfer window, and you know, it's always smoke. Like, you know, there's none of these players. Like, I'm sure we'll probably hear now Draxler again, or you know, we'll be linked with him. I don't know how many times, how many transfer windows we've been linked with him for. But yeah, I heard, I sort of seen good news now. I've been sort of off line and stuff like that for the last hour and a half, so I don't know how further this has gone. But I heard that Hector Bellerin could be on his way to
Yeah,
Barcelona.
yeah, Hecky B's gone finally. Fucking
Yes,
about fucking time.
I'm gonna
Honestly,
start. I'm
need a
gonna start
fucking
pulling up fucking trees around Dublin now in memory of Lord Becky B.
yeah. Honestly, the way that this guy is still, honestly, this Jesus Christ. Oh my God. The Spanish 80-year-old with 2 broken knees. Jesus Christ. Like this guy cares more about his bloody fashion than his
Oh, it's
honestly, I'm
unbelievable.
so glad. I'm so glad Hector Bellerin has finally gone. We finally got rid of another shit player.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
What about for you, like Vieira and Marquinhos? Like I can't wait to see them playing. I thought he would have. Like, well, I suppose the other night you couldn't have done Marquinhos or whatever. I'm making it balls of the name, I know, but have you seen much of him or heard much about him?
Not really. I like what I see of Marquinhos. I'm not seeing anything of Vieira. I'd like to see Vieira. I would have. I wonder if he'll get a game now that Odegaard's injured or potentially injured.
Yeah,
But yeah, I'd like to see more of Vieira. Marquinhos, I like Marquinhos. I actually think he could be a backup to Saka. Honestly, I would be relatively happy with that. I know we need another wide forward, but it doesn't look like we're going to get one. So I would be happy with Marquinhos. Like, he's the future. I would give him certainly the Europa League. So I'd love to see him in the Europa League games, especially the group stage where we can probably afford to maybe give him some game time.
yeah,
But yeah, I'm relatively happy with those 2 signings. I mean, Vieira, I think, has been a bit unlucky because he came and then he was injured and didn't really have a pre-season, which is probably why we're not seeing much of him in the first 11. But yeah, I'd like to see more of him.
yeah,
But I think Arteta has not wanted to mess around with a winning side. Because we've been doing so well with the side that we have, I don't think you really want to disrupt that. But yeah, I think now that we're getting slightly, the squad's getting a little bit more disjointed for injury, I think we will see Vieira, and I think we'll start seeing maybe Marquinhos in the Europa League games.
yeah. Like I was to be honest with you, like even with the sort of the injuries and the scares that we're after getting in the last week, I thought we'd have a bit more activity this window, or like, you know, I thought we were going to get probably 2 players today, but look, I'd say we're just going to be settling for the one, but look, is it enough to get us to the top 4? You know, look, time will tell, and injuries and suspensions and all sort of stuff like that. Like, you know, um, if we're short in midfield, I'd like to see Zinchenko sort of being pushed into that role, because when
Yeah,
he
I'd
was,
like to.
yeah,
I'd like to.
when he played there for the Ukraine, he was outstanding. He was unbelievable. Like, you know, I've seen 1 or 2 of the games, and yeah, like, you know, he's been very good. And Tierney, now that all depends if Tierney is able to stay fit. You know, if not, we're going to have to keep Zinchenko in left back. And just like on that, what do you make of the midfield? Like, you know, Zinchenko in it.
I would put Zinchenko in midfield. I would have done if we're led to believe and his injury isn't as bad as what Thomas Partey's is. I would put him in there. I would throw him in there for the United game. I think he'd do a brilliant job. Put Tierney at left back. Have White, Saliba, and Gabriel, and then I'd throw him in with Granit Xhaka, and have Granit Xhaka in his preferred forward position and then have Zinchenko there. I mean, some people were saying that Zinchenko can even play in that Odegaard role, but I'm not sure I'd have him that far up the pitch. I'd have him as a number 6 because I think he'd do a decent job. But yeah, I'd definitely have him in there. To be fair, definitely throw him in that midfield.
Yeah,
and when you look on it as well, and I said this earlier that that Zinchenko is probably the. I know a lot of people are going to look at Gabriel Jesus being the best bit of business we've done. But Zinchenko, in my opinion, when you look at the player we're getting 2 players for the price of 1 who can fill 2 positions. I actually think he's better than. I actually think he's probably a more valuable signing than the Gabriel Jesus one. As important as Gabriel Jesus is, and as good as he is, because we needed a forward, Zinchenko is probably the better of the 2 signings in terms of being able to fill multiple positions. And I'm certainly glad that we went for him and that we dodged a bullet with that bloody Lisandro Martinez, because I do think we have dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, and funny enough, you say that. That's what I was exactly thinking. And a mate of mine today sent me a Man United song about him, and Arsenal is in it, and I can't remember the lyrics to it, but it was basically, he told Arsenal to fuck off, and I'm like Kevin Keegan here. I just hope we beat them on Sunday.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah, so do I. He's honestly.
I just want to just say here, I'm just looking here online, and it's saying Aston Villa reject 2 Arsenal bids for Luiz.
2 Arsenal bids. Yeah, so there's somebody. I seen somebody post on Twitter, and Arsenal Twitter is bloody is a. You know what Arsenal Twitter is like?
No.
All these bloody wannabe journalists that claim to be journalists, and they're nothing more than just a fucking teenage speck in their parents' bedroom. Do you know what I mean? Honestly, they've got more chance of jacking off into a sock than bloody reporting breaking Arsenal news.
Yeah, I was looking at Sky Sports News there. Jesus Christ. There was these fucking idiots on it, and I'll tell you, they are fucking idiots. And they were trying to make jokes and stuff like that, and I was just there like, oh my God, I'm cringing. And I had to turn off the fucking telly. Like, fuck me.
Yeah.
I don't aspire to be any journalist or something like that, or because if I was live on Sky, I'd be effing and blind, and I'd be kicked off in fucking minutes.
Yeah, if I was, honestly, I'd be. It's funny you say that as well. I was watching Talk Sport, slightly going off massive bloody tangent here, but I was listening to Talk Sport, and they had that Jim White and Simon Jordan on. And they interviewed Tyson Fury, and half the interview got cut because he come on and was swearing. And I was like, that would be me if I was an Arsenal journalist. You know what I mean? He was come on. They had to tell him to mind his language about 5 or 6 times. And they, when they have the radio on and they cut it off because someone's swearing because they've got that delay thing. They were cutting the interview, and he was like, they're all shit. You tell the truth, and they're all bloody shit. And he was effing and jeffing on the radio. I was like, this is quality. 10 o'clock in the morning, prime radio. That would be me talking about Arsenal if I was on there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's funny, when you hear and see stuff like that, even the other day with Ten Hag. I don't know if you've seen the interview after the game, and he says that. He said a bad word or something like that, and they had to stop it, and oh, fuck off.
Yeah, it's like with Haaland as well. His first interview, he was like, "Oh yeah, that was a bit shit," and it was like a little like, "Mind your language," and, "Oh yeah, I forget I'm in a different country." I was like, they should not bloody cut stuff out like that. They should just leave it in. Like they should honestly, it's raw emotion at the end of a football match. They should just leave it in, but.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. And I think it was after the Liverpool match when he got interviewed, and it was even late in the evening, I think. So
yeah, I think it was after when they played West Ham.
Yeah,
it was after the West Ham game because it was his first game in the Premier League. And he was like, yeah, it's a bit shit that he didn't get his hat trick or something.
Yeah. It's just look. The world is too PC nowadays. You might hurt someone by telling them to fuck off. But do you know what? Another thing what I noticed last night is like about Ben White, and you only were saying it there earlier on, in right back. Are you nailed down with Ben White in right back, or would you give Tomiyasu?
I think he's done a decent job, Ben White. I think that's the only way he gets into the team if he's in right back, because you're not dislodging Saliba. Might be an argument to dislodge Gabriel, because I think Gabriel's been a bit shaky over the last couple of games. I've got to be honest. He's not been as assured as he was last season. He's been a bit rash in his challenging. So there might be an argument of maybe dislodging him and putting Ben White there, but it certainly doesn't get in over Saliba. No one gets in over Saliba. Saliba is just the main. Like, I tell you what, if Arteta drops Saliba, I get it for the Europa League if you want to rest him because he's a senior player for the Premier League. That's all fine. Absolutely nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But if he gets dislodged in a Premier League game just for whatever reason other than injury, I ain't going to be happy with that, because Saliba's good enough to there's no way he gets out of this team.
Oh, he's even his positioning, his he's so fast, he's brave. It's just exactly what we've been looking for I don't know for how long now, you know what I mean? And I was a bit at the start of the season, I was just I thought he was going to start at Ben White and Gabriel in the back. And then, we're going down the road of Saliba's then thinking, is my long-term future at the club? Sort of doubting his position in the club. So I'm hoping now his head has changed. He realises that he is such an important player for us. And I hope that we get a contract and make it long and give him a good, a nice wealthy wage to it, because the chap will earn it, and he's only going to get better. I feel it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see him up against the likes of Haaland and stuff like that. It'll be a good test. I'm not saying he's going to stop him from scoring goals, but it will be a great test.
If he can stop Messi, arguably is probably the best player. I've always said Haaland, you put somebody physical against Haaland, I think he struggles. I've said this because Haaland is an out-and-out goal scorer, and there's no question against the likes of Nottingham Forest, he's going to bang goals for fun. To be honest, my nan could probably bang goals against Nottingham Forest, and she's in a mobility scooter. But, against those kind of teams, but you put someone physical against Haaland, he's going to struggle. And because someone physical is not going to give him the space to set himself scoring goals. The problem is with Man City is that they've got so many supply chains to Haaland, is that you try and close down one, they've got others. And as good as we've been, and this is going to be the big test, as good as we've been, we've not yet had a 90 minutes where we've gone, do you know what, we really played this team off the park. When you look at all the games that we've played and you look at all the performances that we've had, as good as we've been, we've not played for 90 minutes. In spells in those games, you can look at certain periods of the game and gone, we've dropped off there, but we got away with it because they're a lesser team. Against Man City, you're going to need to be switched on from minute 1 to minute 90.
Yeah.
Because the moment you switch off, you're going to get punished.
We found that out last season when we went 1-0 up in the Emirates, and they just came back and got the 2 goals, and even the last goal was the last few minutes of the game, and it lacks of concentration. These teams will punish us like that, and it will be interesting to see how far we have come. Now, look, people say to me all the time, you haven't played anyone yet, and I know that, but you can only play the teams that the fixture list has. It's not Arsenal's fault that, let's say, the so-called we haven't played the big 6 teams or anything, but we're playing one on Sunday. So I'm really, really excited about Sunday. I'm really looking forward to it because it is a test. United will be a test for us because if we're going to be going for top 4, you're going to have to be beating these teams, like the likes of Man City, because Man United, because
Yeah.
they're a big test for us. A rival. I'm still, you sort of put a thought in my head there. This season so far, patches, as you say, and you're right. We've played outstanding. We've played really good football in patches of games, but then we drop off, and that's where a team like United, I suppose, or like United, definitely Liverpool, definitely Man City will punish you when you're not on point.
Yeah. I also think as well, when you look at the game, certainly against Fulham, a couple of seasons ago, we would have lost that game because it was a difficult game, right? And all this bollocks that you hear from these people going, "Oh, look at Arsenal celebrating a win against Fulham. What are they going to do next? Take their clothes off?" Like, honestly, when I tell you what, when Arsenal's doing well because the celebration police come out and it's like, "Oh, you can't celebrate too much. What are you going to do when you actually win something?" Fuck off with that, man. Honestly.
Yeah, and that fucking drives me mad because what about fucking Liverpool the other night? Were they celebrating when they scored the last minute fucking equaliser?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Let me tell you, no wet lettuce in a Savile Row suit's going to tell me how I can celebrate a win. Do you know what I mean? Honestly, seriously.
Yeah.
Fuck
exactly.
off. Honestly. It's mad. That's what they are. They're just wet lettuces with no. They want to try. They just want to try and find an agenda for Arsenal. They want to try and suit the negative narrative that And the moment we start getting positive, then you can't get too positive. No one's getting carried away. You ask any sensible Arsenal fan, no one's going off saying that we're going to win the league. I mean, you're going to get your delusional Arsenal fan. You're going to get your delusional fan that probably does think we're going to win the league. But do you know what? We're winning games, and that's all we ask right now is that we win games. The more games we win, anything's possible. We're probably going to end up 3rd or 4th, which is probably about our level. But all while we're winning games, why can't we celebrate it? Why can't we enjoy it? Why can't we go, do you know what? We're doing really well right now. We've got 100% record. Yeah. It's not going to last because we know that we're probably going to lose somewhere along the line because when you look at October, we've got a fucking I tell you what, October is going to tell us a lot about this team. Come the end of October, we'll know a lot about whether this team have really improved because we've got Tottenham, Liverpool, and Man City in 1 month, and then we're gonna find out the test of metal of this Arsenal side.
Yeah, it's like that is like after what say 10, 12 games, you can sort of see where we're gonna it's a good indication of who's doing well and who's going to be battling for top 4 and leagues and whatever. Like I don't think Arsenal, I'm like yourself, where there's no way we're going to be challenging for the title. We're a few players short of that. But it is good, to celebrate. Like even yesterday, like I have 2 young boys, one of them was in bed and one of my older boy, he was watching the match with me. And when Arsenal scored, great, yeah, we were cheering. And then Villa scored, it was just like, oh no. But when Martinelli scored that goal, I jumped up off my seat. I was jumping around the place. Yes. I woke the young fella up from upstairs because I was screaming around the house. You know what I mean? And I was just there. My God, it has been so long since I've cheered for like that for Arsenal, and I'm just there. Yes, I'm really enjoying it. You know what I mean? But like that, I'm not deluded. I know we're not going to win every game this season.
Yeah.
But other fans are there thinking that Arsenal fans think they're going to win every game. I don't think that. You don't think that.
No, exactly.
It's look. Well, look, it's good to be that we're getting slagged. I don't mind it because it just means we're doing something right.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the journey that we're on. I'm enjoying the journey that we're going on, and I like the togetherness and the spirit of this team. And actually, why can't? Do you know the thing is that really annoys me when people say, "Oh, you know, Arsenal shouldn't be celebrating after a win against Fulham." Firstly, you know, when all these people say, "Oh, well, it's only Fulham." Firstly, that's disrespectful to Fulham because they're a bloody good side at the moment. They're a difficult side.
Yeah.
I look at Fulham, and I think they're the team that they're going to alter the course of the title race. They're going to alter the course of. They're going to alter the course of relegation. They're the team they're going to be the disruptors this season in the Premier League. You know, they started off that by disrupting Liverpool. You know, they you know, they weren't meant to get a point against Liverpool, but they did. They're going to disrupt teams this season, and they're going to disrupt what other teams are trying to do. So firstly, it's a disrespect to them to say, "Oh, it's only Fulham. What are you going to do when you beat somebody of note?" I think that's disrespectful to them. Secondly, if these players won the game and they just sat down with glum faces, the media will come out and go, "Oh, look at all these Arsenal players. They don't look like they want to play for Arsenal. They look really disinterested." So these players can never win. Do you know what I mean? They can never ever win. They be upbeat and positive and they get criticised. They be negative and they get criticised. It's some of these media they just need to bloody get a new career because you know it's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's always been like that. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, well, the Invincible team was great, but they drew a lot of games. You know what I mean? You're just like, fuck off, man. You know, you know, there's always someone that will push us down.
Yeah, the Invincible team was fantastic.
Yeah,
You know, they were brilliant for that era. Absolutely brilliant for that era. The only thing I do say, and I always pose this question to people, how would the Invincible team fare in this Premier League? Because this Premier League is a lot more physical than it was back then. There's a lot more teams challenging now for things. It's a lot more competitive than it was back then. The only thing I will say about the Invincible side, and I'm not being negative about the Invincible side, when we went Invincible, we only had Man United to compete against.
yeah.
Now we've got a whole host of teams. So I do wonder what the Invincibles would be like in this Premier League.
Yeah, I think they'd win the league, and because, like, let's say Man City, like, they were big players. Like, our Invincible team, we had big players, you know, and they'd be very physical as well. So, like let's say Haaland, as we were talking earlier on, if he was coming up with the likes of Sol Campbell and stuff like that, Campbell would just be hitting him and hurting him and shouldering him and every sort of thing like that, getting under his skin.
Tony Adams against fucking Haaland. That would be a battle.
Yeah.
That would be a hell of a blooming.
And then what about Mo Salah? Sure, that Martinez, one of the smallest players in the Premier League, hit him and give him a shoulder, and there was no sign of Mo Salah then after the match. You know what I mean? After that, you know. So can you imagine him up against, like, you know, the Adams or, you know, the eras of the world?
I tell you what, Mo Salah's been absolutely poor this season.
Oh,
absolutely poor this season. Do you know what? I stupidly put him in my fantasy team, and I was like, oh, he's dead set to get goals. Put him in my fantasy team, and he's got jack shit in my fantasy team.
Do you know what? I'm the exact same. I have him in my team as well, but I'm afraid to take him out because the second I take him out, he'd be fucking brilliant.
yeah, that's what I'm afraid. I managed to get a team with Haaland, Jesus, and Salah in, and I was like, I'm scared to disrupt that.
Yeah.
And then my back line is I've got Zinchenko and Saliba, because I put Zinchenko in my team because I was like, if he plays in midfield, he's registered on there as a defender, so he gets defenders points if he gets loads of assists as a midfielder. So I'm like, I'm keeping him in. And then Saliba's been getting me quite a lot of points, so I'm like, I'm not taking him out.
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah, these bloody Salah and they're not doing. He's not doing. So my front three at the moment is Jesus, Haaland, and Mitrovic. I managed to get all of them in my team, and I'm like, Mitrovic's getting me points. Haaland's getting me points. Jesus is getting me points. It's just fucking Salah that ain't getting me points. I'm like, what is going on with this team?
Yeah. I'm the same. I have Zinchenko, Saliba, I've Ramsdale. No, do I? No, I don't have Saliba. Sorry, I've Ramsdale, Zinchenko, and Jesus. They're my 3 Arsenal players. But I have Salah as well. I have your man Ward-Prowse as well. Who else? Do I can't even think of anyone else. Like, you know. But yeah, no. Look, that's it. You know. I'm excited now for the rest of. Well, it's nearly 9 o'clock now, so I'm looking forward to the rest of the window. Hopefully, we get a player in. But I'm probably doubtful at the minute if that's true that our second bid for
Has
Douglas
been
Luiz.
rejected. Yeah, because I've seen people saying that they've accepted a £26 million bid, whether that's true or not. But Del, what are your hopes for the season? What would be a good season for you?
Yeah, well, look, we're not going to win it. I just think City are just unbelievable. But I've always wanted Arsenal just to challenge. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like, and look, as I said earlier on, our first 11 is absolutely that would challenge. But we know the suspensions, there'll be injuries, and that's not going to happen. And it's sort of on the bench is what will hurt us. So look, if we get top 4. I'd be happy with that, and probably I'd like to go on a lot. Like, people are saying the Europa League, win that. That's not really that easy. Look, the force, let's say it's when the Champions League teams start falling into it. That's when it's really, it gets interesting, gets very difficult. You know, you need a bit of luck as well along the way. To win that and get top 4, that would be I'd be really happy with that. Europa League and top 4. I wouldn't disrespect the FA Cup either. If we got top 4, FA Cup, you know, it's progression. It's progression in the right way. And then next year, I would be demanding to challenge for the league then. You know, definitely trying to get another few top quality players in, and let's go for the league. That'd be my hope.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the thing with the way we finished last season, you know, 5th, and then the seasons before that 8th twice. I think if we ended up finishing 3rd or 2nd, even if we didn't win a trophy, I'd still see that as progress because we'd have Champions League football. And I think we need Champions League football.
Yeah, we definitely do.
Yeah. So listen, Del, we're approaching 9 o'clock. Before I let you go, predictions for Sunday. I know this is
I don't think we're going to win, because you know, it's Old Trafford, and our form there is shocking. If you asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have said, yeah, Arsenal will go there. We'll probably win 2-0, 1-0. But I just think United have turned a corner. They've got a few good players in. I think it will be a draw. And I just think we're going to get a brain fart of a 20 minutes in the game, and United will get a fucking goal or something like that. I think Arsenal will go 1-0, but I think it'll be 1-1 or 2-2.
Yeah, although Saliba against Ronaldo would be an interesting.
That
will be his first proper test, providing they play him.
But it wouldn't be good for my heart, the old testing Saliba. I wouldn't like to test him in Old Trafford.
No, definitely. Yeah. Del, listen, thanks for coming on. Just let people know where they can find you.
It's just on my own channel, Del Boy Gunner TV. I'm on Twitter as well and Instagram, just Del Boy Gunner TV. You can find me there. DM me, give out to me. After every Arsenal match, I do a fan call-in show. People can drop in. You don't have to show their face. You can slag me, call me a bollocks, a fucker, anything. There won't be any bleeps or anything in it. You can have it out. I don't mind. Get the frustration out. You know, that's what it's all
Del Boy Uncensored. That's what we like. Del Boy Uncensored.
Fucking hell, I've learned a lot here today. I have to go and trademark a lot of things.
Yeah, Del Boy Uncensored. That's what a new show, Del Boy Uncensored.
That's great. Thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, no problem, Del. Listen, I'll definitely come on yours whenever you
Yeah.
got a slot free.
100%.
Do you know what it was last? Do you know what it was last night when you messaged me? I was just I just settled down for them. And I was like, oh shit, do I need to?
No, you're fine, man.
But next time I'll definitely come on your fan calling show because they are crazy, mate. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, they're fun. They're fun, I must say, because sometimes you don't know who's coming on. You don't know what they're going to say or what they're going to do, and you're just there. Oh, mate, will you put some fucking clothes on?
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Cheers, and thanks to everyone in the comments as well. Big up to everyone. Take care, everyone.
Cheers, Del. Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, there you go, guys. That was the thoughts of Del, and we're straight into my next guest. Got the 9 p.m. slot. Let's bring in George. How you doing, George?
I'm good, mate. How are you doing?
Yeah, you're all right. Jesus Christ, you sound a bit husky. You sound like Phil Mitchell, mate.
I still ain't got my voice. I don't think my voice has properly recovered since Saturday yet. And then obviously I went football last night. And yeah, I was in a Wetherspoons from midday, so you can imagine what happened.
Did you get absolutely slaughtered?
No, I was actually all right, to be fair. I had quite a few. We'd done a few shots and that, but just I think more my voice has gone than anything, mate.
I was gonna say you sound like me with COVID, mate. I sounded like that about 3 or 4 days ago. Yeah, I sounded like that 4 days ago. I sounded like Phil Mitchell on steroids. Like honestly, it was mad. It was absolutely mad. What have you made, George, of what have you made of Arsenal's transfer window, and what have you made of the possible links to Douglas Luiz? Although it doesn't, still mixed on whether that's going to happen or not.
Just another Thursday, isn't it? Really. Like all the fans have meltdowns. I've seen it already. All negativity. Oh, we're going to get top 4 because we ain't brought a midfielder in. Yeah, we are short, but I would like Douglas Luiz, to be fair, but I think we need a cover for Partey. I think the big issue is that he can't be trusted, Thomas Partey. Like he can't stay fit for longer than like 2 or 3 weeks. Like McDonald's have their food menu on sale longer than he stays fit. So
yeah,
but I don't know. Obviously, Villa have made it awkward because of they've accused Edu of talking to Luiz before after the game. So I don't know. I've said all day I don't think it'll happen. I don't know if it's going to happen now because it's not really enough time now, is there? To be fair,
no.
But that's not. We're not. I know we're short in midfield, but we have still got options like Sambi Lukenga played last night and he done well. I know people say that's only Villa. But you can only play against who's in front of you. If Zinchenko's fit soon, hopefully, we've still got him. So we're short again in that option, in that part of the midfield. But I'm quite positive at the minute. We're still top of the league. So I know we probably want to stay there, but I was listening to you and Del before saying like, top 4 and a trophy that I do like I'd take 2nd or 3rd right now, but I think we've got a decent squad that we can compete in like the cups, to be honest. Like everyone forgets as well, like we've got the World Cup in November as well, which goes through we'll go into December, then January is not actually going to be that far away. So I do think, like, if we don't buy a midfielder today, if we don't bring someone in January, then yeah, fair enough. Arteta and Edu have to take the blame for that. At least we just had some good news. Maitland-Niles officially announced at Southampton, so that's cheered me up.
Maitland-Niles is at Southampton, yeah, and Hecky B's gone.
Yeah.
Bellerin's disappeared. Bellerin has finally left the building. Let's have a look.
So yeah, I just think like I get people. Well, I've seen on social media Meltdown FC already hitting in, but like just get a grip, to be honest. And I am an ultra positive person, like the way we are, but we are short in midfield now. But it's not the end of the world. Because we don't know how Sambi Lokenga's going to be, do we? We don't know what work he's done with Arteta and the coaches in the closed season. And everyone's saying about a winger, or why haven't we brought one in? Well, maybe he thinks Marquinhos is up to it. Because Marquinhos is coming the same way that Martinelli did when we signed him. So we just don't know, do we? Like they've done well in recent, so I'm still inclined to trust them. Yeah, I would like a midfielder and a winger in, but we haven't done it, so no point complaining, really. I don't think Stan and Josh are sitting there thinking, hold on, I better read this.
Yeah. It's been. You know what, you talk about being an ultra positive person. I was ultra positive this week. For all the wrong fucking reasons. I can't believe I missed 2 games. Honestly, it's mad.
Well, I can't believe I didn't catch it because I was with you when you caught it.
Yeah. Somebody at Bournemouth has gave me their bloody COVID.
Breathed all over you. We was all right, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's mad. Absolutely mad. But yeah, this what have you made of the start to the season, George? I know you're ultra positive, and there's lots to be positive about. But what have you made of the start to the season?
I was just saying this on another podcast I was doing. Like, I think like our results recently have flattered the opposition. So like Fulham, we won 2-1, and Villa, we won 2-1. But for me, they weren't 2-1 matches. Like, I thought we was always in control. Like, we've got that confidence that we were going to win. I wasn't worried. All right, we've made silly mistakes, concede goals. That's about it. Like, I'd say 3-1 would have been fairer. You can only beat who's in front of you at the end of the day, can't you? I know the celebration, please, and Richard Keys is out. But saying we shouldn't celebrate. So, but last season, I think we would have lost to Palace to start the game. Good look how they did against us. Fulham, I think we would have lost, or we definitely wouldn't have won it. There just seems to be this new confidence. Even if we go a goal down, we can snap back, and I think that's bred from the fans as well, because the atmosphere is electric now at the Emirates.
Yeah, it definitely has.
Like you see when Saliba scored his own goal against Leicester. Like everyone just got behind him. It was fine. Then we got a goal and we was fine. Like, and I think Jesus and Zinchenko elevate the rest of those players. Like, you look and see how Nketiah comes on. Oh, he hasn't scored yet, but he's looked like a different animal since Jesus has been there. Like, you wouldn't want to take a whack off Nketiah. I think he's been in the gym. And then Lokenga, like, on that last night game, I thought he actually played well, to be honest. Like, him and Xhaka in that midfield, like, because we've got injuries, but the only position we need to really fill is that number 6 role, because Xhaka has to stay in number 8 for me, because we made that mistake last season. But yeah, I think it's been a good start. Like, I don't think isn't really anything negative you can really say, is there? All right, we've given a couple silly goals away, but that's about it.
No, I think we've done really well, to be honest. I think we've had the perfect start. I obviously bigger tests are come. You know, Sunday is going to be a massive test. Be interesting to see whether we can get a result on Sunday up at Old Trafford. What do you think about that game? Do you think we can get a result?
I think it's going to be hard because Man United always turn up for us. We have a bit of a voodoo there. So, but if we play how we've been playing, start on the front foot, there's no reason we can't get a result there. It all depends. Like, and this is what everyone's forgetting as well. We have, if worst case scenario, if like you've got Ben White that can play in that holding midfield role as well, because he done it for Brighton and Leeds. So you've got that. I'm hoping Zinchenko will be back. I know he trained, so it all depends how we start. There's no reason. I don't fear. The only team that looked really, really good in the league for me is Man City. No, I don't fear anyone else. And if we want to get to the levels that what the club are saying we want to be, we shouldn't be fearing. Like Man United, I'm not disrespecting them, but they're not that good. So if we put a position, like we're in a better position than they are, like fucking hell, like the best thing for us is what we need is Harry Maguire to start. If he starts, then we don't need our midfield because he'll just set up all our goals anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I don't know, because they were playing Leicester today. I don't know how that game's going.
They're winning 1-0.
Man United are winning.
Jadon Sancho scored.
Fucking hell. He actually scored. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Ronaldo and Casemiro on the bench again.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. He actually scored. Bloody hell.
You just got to take game by game, like I keep saying to everyone. Like, I know everyone's going around saying about the league, but I think some of that's tongue in cheek, like, because where everyone keeps having a go at us. And this is how we know we're back done. It's because people fucking hate us. Like, we're really getting to them and annoying them. So that's how you know Arsenal's being successful. Like, you got Richard Keys and Andy Gray mouthing off. Like, mate, like, you got the sack because what you said about the flipping linesman. So I'd shut up if I was you. Then you got Rio piping up, and then
that's when you know Arsenal's doing really well because the celebration police.
Yeah, and then we bring out the firework display.
Yeah, celebration police. I tell you, all these fucking wet lettuces in a suit telling me how I can celebrate. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous. They can bloody do one if they think they're telling me how to celebrate.
Yeah, but it's fine. Let them tell. They can tell me because now I over celebrate everything. Even if we get a throw in, I would like over celebrate it.
Yeah, that'll just piss them off. We should over celebrate at the slightest little thing. Like maybe if fucking Ramsdale makes a save, we should celebrate like we won a cup final. When
Arteta makes a sub and brings on like Tommy Asu, we just celebrate it like he's just
start bringing out the bunting and bloody streamers. That'll just piss them off. Yeah, it's mad. It's mad, these bloody celebration police. Absolutely mad. But yeah, so George, do you think we'll get this signing over the line, this Douglas Luiz?
Probably not. To be honest, I think it's like a couple hours too late. But we've seen crazy shit happen before, haven't we, on deadline day? But I never understand why clubs wait to deadline day to do it. If you want someone, just go out and get them. But I suppose it adds to the entertainment value of it, doesn't it? But
yeah,
like this is it's a big risk that Arsenal are playing. So like, what they're probably looking at is in January they could probably get Douglas Luiz and Tielemans for either nothing, because like in the summer they were both on freeze, or a bit cheaper. Like I don't know. Like I just think Aston Villa are being difficult. If the bid was accepted, he'd be a player. Do you know what I mean? Like personal terms ain't a problem, but it's just they're just being really stubborn. So I don't know, mate. We've only got a couple of hours now. So
Yeah, it'd be interesting to.
unless they accept a bid in the next 20, 30 minutes, and then they can try and do a medical somehow. I don't know. I don't know if there's somewhere they could get halfway to do it. I think it'd be a good squad signing though, because it's Premier League experience. He's only 24.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether we can get this over the line. I haven't heard anything latest on what's happening with it.
Some people are saying that we're not going to make a third bid.
Some people have said we had a bid accepted for 26 million.
Yeah, and then some people are saying they've seen a car leaving his house. I don't know. Next one he'll be seen in McDonald's in Finsbury Park or something.
Let's have a look and see.
The last thing Romano said is that we were still interested, but it's going to be a hard deal to do.
Yeah, it's mad. It's absolutely mad. It'd be interesting to see whether we can get it over the line. Yeah, it will be interesting to see whether we can get it over the line. Because we definitely do need it. Yeah, we definitely do need it. We definitely could do with him. Let's have a look here. That's nothing here. So Romano saying we'll try one more time.
It's like a wrestling thing, isn't it? One more time.
Yeah. That's this week as well, the blooming slashing the castle. Let's have a look. Yeah. Maitland-Niles has gone to
Miguel Aziz has apparently gone on loan to Ibiza team.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Nothing here. Yeah, there's nothing here. Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Be like 11:05 and
it'll be. Oh, we haven't done it.
Yeah. Run out of time.
Yeah, so Maitland-Niles is obviously gone.
Are you at the game on Sunday?
I'm not entirely sure. It all depends on how I'm feeling, because I'm meant to be having my daughter next week as well.
Okay.
So it just depends. But yeah, so I've just seen someone tweeting about some black chauffeur outside of bloody Douglas Luiz's house. I mean, Arsenal Twitter is just ridiculous.
If they should all work for MI5, mate. Like,
I was like, where they get all this from?
I wish they worked on the Madeleine McCann case. They would have found her within a few days. The way Arsenal.
Yeah, exactly. 6 people watching, do smash the like button and subscribe if you are new. Not long to go in the transfer window now, only an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Because what are we at now? 9:30? Something close to that. So yeah, there's not long to go. I want to ask you about this wide forward situation. Do you think we're going to regret not getting another wide forward in?
Not really. I know what people are saying, but for me, priority was the midfield. Like I've said it all summer. But we've got Marquinhos, and I was saying this, like Marquinhos could burst on the scene like and Martinelli did. No one's gonna know that until we sit. Like he's been playing for the under-21s, and he looks far too good for them. And then everyone forgets we've still got Vieira, we've got Smith Rowe. So it's not like we're short of options. We've got Erdegaard, Martinelli. Jesus can play on one of those on the wing as well. And then you can play Eddie through the middle. So it's not like we've got like 2 midfielders. I know people saying, oh, but Saka's going to get burnt out. He's the only one. But if Saka don't play, you just put someone in. You just play like Smith Rowe. And it's not. I don't think it's. It would have been nice to get someone in, like a Neto or someone like that, or just is his name Modric or Modric, whatever his name is.
Yeah, Modric.
But it's not a priority for me. It's not. Priority for me is sorting out a replacement for Thomas Partey because I just don't think you can trust him to stay fit.
Yeah, no, he's a good player, but like I say, he's had more thigh injuries than a blooming chicken shop. Do you know what I mean? Jesus Christ, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Like, and you look at it, mate. Like, all right, Elneny looks like he's out for a long time, which is a really shame because he's I like Elneny, but
Elneny hardly ever gets injured. And it's
it's just unfortunate. Then if Partey and Elneny are injured, so now if you've got other players that are fit, Zinchenko can play in midfield because he does for Ukraine. Then you've got Sambi Lokonga. Like I keep saying, I've always been a fan of him. Now's his time to step up. If he wants to burst and become a first team regular, it's over to you, Sambi. Do you know what I mean? You've got your chance. And if worst case scenario, Ben White can play there.
I like Sambi Lokonga, but I don't think he's good as a 6. I think he's better as an 8 with that further forward. But then
the problem is you can't move Xhaka because we've seen what happens with Xhaka when he's deeper. So where he's playing now,
that's what she said. Yeah.
That's a complete different shot.
That's mad though.
Like Matt Smith's been in the first team squad now. He hasn't gone out on loan, so I'm not saying he's going to burst and start playing, but we're not like as bare as everyone thinks. Like Douglas Luiz gives us that strength and depth we need. But I just wonder, like Arteta's never going to bring. They're not going to panic buy. They've never done it. They're not going to start now.
No.
So he's going to take that risk. And it's different. It's different now to last season. Everyone keeps saying, "Oh, but we'll lose top 4." No, because we've still got another transfer window.
Yeah.
Because we could go out and buy the players we need in January.
Yeah, I know Arsenal aren't really big fans of the January window. It depends on
but sometimes you have to do it, don't you? Like
whether they'll do a last bit of business. It'd be interesting to see whether they do or whether they just sign those.
We just don't know, mate. Like we can have all these conversations and shows what we do. None of us have a clue what goes through Richard Darlick and Mikel Arteta and Edu's head.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. Yeah, it'd
Like
be
if
interesting.
we got Zinchenko and Xhaka as a midfield too, while Partey's injured, or Sambi, and like we're saying all this, and we're only saying this because of Sambi, Lukenga, the way he's been, but I think people need to praise him. The way he played last night, first game he's played, I thought he played quite well. I thought he bossed it.
Yeah, no, he did.
And I know it's a shit Villa team, but like I say, you can only play in front, beating who's in front of you. And you never know, you could play, if the worst case, if you had no other choice, you could always move Xhaka over and then play Vieira as an 8. So I'm not trying to cover over the cracks and say, we're going to be all right. Because no, we do need a midfielder. But the meltdowns and all that, we've just got to get behind the team. That's why we are. That's why we are where we are. I don't want us to go back to all this meltdown every time something that Arsenal fans don't get what they want.
No, definitely. We don't need to melt down. There's no reason to melt down. We're having a bloody good season so far.
Yeah.
I know we're only 5 games in, but we're having a good season. We've got good
Don't get
players.
right. If we're like in this same position in February and March, and we've not brought anyone in, then I'll be one of the people say like Arteta and Edu they've got questions they need to answer.
Yeah. No, I like the business we've done.
Not when we're top of the league, mate. Do you know what I mean? Not when we're top of the league going into and realistically, like even if we lose to Man United on Sunday, which I hope we don't, then we've got Everton and Brentford. They're winnable games.
Yeah.
And then so we ain't going to go the whole season unbeaten. We've done that, been there, done that, wore the t-shirt.
Yeah. I've always said if we can get to October is going to tell us a lot about this team because we've got Tottenham, Liverpool, and Man City all in 1 month.
Yeah, if we're still in the top 4 when the World Cup starts, I'm happy.
Yeah. Yeah, because the World Cup is we've got a nice.
And that's going to affect a lot of team seasons.
Yeah, no, it is. It's going to affect a lot of. You're right. It's going to affect a lot of teams' business. It really is. Where do you see us finishing? Where do you see it? What for you would be a good season?
So I'll stick to what I said originally. So I'm not a flip.
I can't remember whether I asked you that question, so I might have done. Do you know what it is? It's fucking, it's fucking late, and I can't remember what questions I've asked people.
I'm not a flip flop. So I said 3rd, and we would win a trophy.
Yeah. Apologies if I have asked you that. I can't remember.
No, I think you've asked me like when we've been chatting like in general.
Everything's fucking moulding into bloody one stream. It's like.
No,
I'm like as tired as blooming Chelsea's bloody retirement home is that they're signing. You know what I mean?
No, 3rd in a trophy, 3rd in the Europa League or an FA Cup. I've said.
Yeah, 3rd. I'd take 3rd in a trophy. I'd take 2nd without a trophy. That'd be a fairly good. A good season.
I think if you get top 4, you can eat at the bigger table, can't you? So
yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to be at the bigger table to eat.
Yeah, like now we're still in Europa League, and the players we're getting, they're at that
right now.
They're not at the elite level.
Yeah,
like we're looking at midfielders like Yuri.
Right now we're buying Nando's side dishes at a McDonald's table. Do you know what I mean? We need to just.
Well, no, even like you're looking at midfielders like Douglas Luiz and Yuri Tielemans, for example. While we're in Europa League, if we're in the Champions League, that's when you can start looking at people like Jude Bellingham, Declan Rice, that sort of level of midfielders.
Yeah, no, we do definitely. It'd be interesting to see. I would like to be back in the Champions League. It'd be
Even
good
though I
if
think the
we're
music's better in Europa League.
no, it'd be good if we're back in the Champions League.
Yeah.
No, it'd be good if we get back in the Champions League. Maybe a day out at Wembley as well would be fairly decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it'd be good if we're if we get back in the Champions League and have a day out at Wembley.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. So how many points do you think we'll get out of the next 5 games? You know, we got Man United next. I think then we've got Everton, Brentford. I think after Brentford it's straight into Tottenham, isn't it? So we got
Yeah.
Man United, Everton, Brentford, Tottenham, and Liverpool.
I take 11
points.
because I think we'll beat Everton. I think we can beat Everton and Brentford. I still feel we can beat Spurs. So obviously there's your 9, and then United we struggle there. So to draw, and then Liverpool. It all depends what Liverpool turn up because at the minute they're not that good.
No,
So
but they'll probably turn up against us.
Yeah, probably. So yeah, probably 11.
Every team turns up against us.
Just got to try and win. You got to have that mentality in you. I want to win every game we play. So
yeah, every deal turns up. Every everybody, every team turns up against us.
just to let you know, Miguel Aziz has gone on a season-long loan to Club Ibiza in Spain.
What's he gone on loan to?
It's a team called Club Ibiza or something like that.
Oh, right, in Spain. He'll have a right field day out there. He'll have a field day out there.
Yeah, lucky him.
That's hilarious. Yeah, he'll have a field day out there.
I'm going to have to make a move quickly.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Listen, mate, thanks for coming on.
No worries. Thanks for having me on, mate.
Yeah, listen, thanks for coming on. Do follow George. Just tell everybody about your channel.
Yeah, so I have my own YouTube channel where we talk about football generally. It's called... I bloody hell, I nearly forgot then. Golden Goal TV. So we're on Twitter at Golden Goal TV. Or you can follow me at ClockEndGeorge and you'll see me everywhere, really. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Cheers for having me on, mate.
Nah, thanks for coming on. And yeah, guys, do go and check out George's channel. Would really appreciate that if you could check out his channel. But yeah, thanks for coming on, mate.
No worries, mate. You take care, yeah?
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
But yeah, cheers, guys. But yeah, guys, that's it. That's it until the next guest comes on at 10 p.m. I'm probably going to wrap up fairly soon after that because not a lot seems to be happening, and there's not really much point in continuing when not a lot's happening. But yeah, thank you to everybody who's like literally tuned in. But yeah, it's not a lot. But yeah, not a lot's happening. But yeah, that's it. Listen, guys, what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to wrap this stream up because yeah, not a lot seems to be going on. But yeah, not a lot seems to be going on, and there's not an awful lot going on in terms of this Douglas Luiz deal. So yeah, I'm probably going to wrap up. But listen, I want to thank everybody who's participated in the show and who's been contributing. But yeah, listen, thanks guys, and apologies. I want to wrap up early, but like I say, not a lot's really happening, so there's not really much point in sticking around. But yeah, big up to everybody who has commented, and big up to all the guests. Thank you to everybody who's contributed. Really appreciate it. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with a video rounding up on the transfer market, and it'll be interesting to see whether we do get these Douglas Luiz deal over the line. But yeah, listen guys, thank you to all who's participated, and I'll catch you all tomorrow for the transfer overview of assessing the whole window. That will be a pre-recorded video. I'll be dropping that tomorrow. But yeah, thanks guys, and yeah, big up to everybody who's tuned in. Big up to all the guests for coming on, and I'll catch you all soon. Take care guys.